यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another exciting week of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan 2022 Fall Split, brought to you by Oppo. And it's been a long break, and of course, a lot has happened in between that. Of course, one mini vacation for me. And what about you, Shadow? What have you been doing throughout this entire 1 week that you had?
Well, I was enjoying myself. We had a break, and we ought to do that. We certainly don't get enough breaks to go on a holiday or something. So yeah, it was bound to happen to enjoy.
I mean, had to find my way, just scrape my way through my vacations. But I really hope that the players didn't have any time to breathe, because there were a lot of homeworks to be done, especially because this is the last week, the final week that decides who are the top 16 teams that are going to be partaking in the grand finals of the PMPL Pakistan. And from there onwards, we will have our final 6 teams who are going to represent the Pakistani flag in the SA Championship. We do have all those things lined up, but of course, another fresh new week, fresh new start for all these teams, especially the battle brewing up for that first position between Magnus and Team I8 is certainly getting a whole lot more exciting, considering the fact the way Magnus have been playing, Shadow. I mean, they're looking unstoppable at this point.
Well, they are, because week number 2 was also in their favor as compared to I8. Yes, week 1 they were pretty consistent. Week number 2 they had their ups and downs. So yes, Magnus is looking very strong, but other teams are also giving strong competition to Magnus and I8. Like TUF is there, Team Quraysh Esports is there.
They certainly are. I mean, there are so many teams, and this time maybe someone new completely out of the blue might surprise us. But let's take a look at the overall schedule over here. So we do have week number 3 ending at around 25th of September, and then from 30th to 2nd of October, we do have the PMPL Pakistan final. So that is going to be really exciting to see who really comes out through, because honestly, like we've been saying, right, we do have 5 matches per day, and that one extra Livik matchup at the end of week number 3, which will decide the bonus points given or granted to these teams. And then onwards from the PMPL Pakistan, like I said, 6 teams from this PMPL, they're going to be playing in the PMPL as a championship. That is going to happen from the 13th to 16th of October, for which I'm really excited, because so many new teams, so much action we get to see. And for what is on the line, it is $100,000. We are talking about, the first position getting 10,000, the second receiving 6.5k, the third getting 4.5, and so on. It reduces. It's all on your screens. You can read that out. But for the MVP of this tournament, we do have $1,000, and in the league stage, everybody gets the same amount of moolah, no matter where you end. So the team's primary focus is, of course, going to be trying to secure that position and to be in top 16, secure the position in the grand finals at least. But this time we have got a little bit of a switcheroo, not just a little bit, in fact a huge switcheroo, which we're going to talk about. But let's run people down through the point structure, Shadow. Mind doing that?
Well, certainly, point structure is going to help you to earn that moolah. The 4th place will get 15 placement points, 2nd will get 12, 3rd will get 10 points, and 4th position will get 8 points. And it keeps on reducing, and 8th to 16th is somewhere you don't want to end up, because you are getting just 1 point or 0 points. But you can make your bad game a little bit better by earning those elimination points, because you get 1 point per elimination.
Oh, you certainly are. And we know why this region is famous and known for, right? That aggression just right off the bat we get to see. But let's take a look at the overall ranking, how the storyboard has been for so long. So Magnus, they do have that first position to themselves, which is kind of hanging by the thread, because I8, they're right on their tails. And I8 was a team in week number 1, 300 plus points secured. We thought that, this time it's going to be a complete double whammy for them, a single sweep all by their lonesome. But no, Magnus decided that they wanted to be their fierce competitors, as they came back in swinging by themselves in week number 2. and really impressed us. But Quantum Rage, again, very consistent in terms of how they've performed. TUF, again, they've seen their ups and downs, somehow have managed to linger on to that fourth position they have. But Quraysh, I think this was a team that really surprised me the most, especially the transition from week number 1 to week number 2. I mean, you talk about 138 points just collected in week 1 to 214. So almost around 80 points of an extra. That is what they've did manage to get for themselves. But as we go down the order, I mean, the grounders have definitely gained some grounds at the 11th spot. Things aren't looking really comfy for teams like 3x, North, Metershot Sky, Multi Devils, A+B+C+D, TmW, and 52.
Certainly, TmW 52 Esports, their misery has been continuing since week 1. A+B Esports, in between, they showed some good games or some good isolated fights that they picked up. Other than that, A+B Esports, Faulty Devils are also missing out in entire week 1 and week 2. But this time, groups have changed, and in Group A, we have Team Magnus Esports, Team Star, Team BABLU, and Team 52 Esports. In Group B, we have Quraysh Esports, Team H2E, Team TUF, and Team TmW. Well, TmW placed in a tough group, I'll say, but in Group C we have Team I8 Esports, Metershot Sky, A+B Esports, and R3D Esports.
Of course. Now, again, like we've been saying, right, every single week we do have those switcheroos being made in the groups, and for now you can clearly see, Quraysh getting that keeping that second spot to themselves. I8 somehow did manage to scrape themselves to the third position with 198 points. Now, the question comes down to the fact that, where do we go from around here? Because new groups have been created. You've seen those new groups. Which group, according to you, Shadow, looks to be very competing? Because we've always have had those, few groups every week that, this group is like the group of death. So for this week, which group do you think has been, dropped down to be the group of death?
It's hard to pick because all the top 4 teams who were pretty consistent are placed in a different group. That means problem arises for the bottom teams because 52 Esports is sharing the same group with Magnus Esports, TmW with Quraysh Esports, A+B Esports with I8. So we can't say this particular group is going to be very tough, but maybe Group A, because we have Magnus, Star, and BABLU. 3 teams having good performance.
Oh, we certainly do, right? I think it could be Group A. But now let's talk about this comparison being brought up in front of us, and for all the right reasons, right? Because Magnus and I8, they have been fighting it out till the very end, and this week it's going to be a decider who gets to be the topper in the league stages, because you get that extra bonus 20 points, right? To be the overall topper. So, of course, the second getting 19, that's not a big difference. But looking at the statistics, I mean, in every other aspects, if you talk about, this is quite pertaining to just week 1 and week 2 of I8 and Magnus respectively. You could see how dominant I8 were in week 1, but that does not take anything away from Magnus, because in week number 2 they were good. They were exceptionally good, but even in week number 1 they weren't really somewhere backing down, something that we did witness a dip with I8. So this is something that kind of really bothers me if they have gotten back to their old performing days, because we have been talking about the problems brewing up in their department. One of the major reasons, one of the major concerns for me, Shadow, has been the way Team I8 has been engaging in their fights. Those huge splits, who's getting taken down early every single battle. Now teams are seeming like they aren't really scared of I8 anymore. That sort of an assertance or that dominance is kind of lacking from I8. But a little bit of a graph in front of us to show how these teams have been performing again. For I8, it was week number 1 where you could see those ridiculous points being collected, and even for Magnus, I mean, had to be one of the most consistent teams so far in the PMPL, and as a result of which they're on number 1.
Certainly, Magnus Esports are on number 1. They have the perfect balance between the placement and the finish points. But on the other side, I8 is still having the highest defeat points for themselves. Despite having bad games, despite being engaged in a bad fights, taken out pretty early in the game, still they are dominating in terms of the defeat points. So we can't say I8 is not the most aggressive team out there. Yes, they are the most aggressive team, and they had enough time in their hands in the break or the vacation that they can capitalize or not capitalize, then work on their mistakes, and they most certainly have done so. So week number 3, I8 will be back in the performance. I think they will replicate something like week number 1 also.
Hopefully something magical, especially because you've quite kind of got those high expectations from a team like I8, and if they don't deliver, then things might look a little sad. But again, it was just not about I8 and Magnus, what week 2 was all about, right? We had teams like Quraysh even really live up, and suddenly they were the ones who really got us interested. I mean, this was one of those teams that was not too much close in contention, but in week number 2 they surprised us with the kind of performance that they had. Now taking a look at their week 1 and week 2 performance, and you can see that huge difference in their stats, in how they were engaging. Look at the eliminations, right? Almost completely doubled. Same goes with their knocks. So we could see that aggression really coming out from them. They're almost around 1,000 points of damage being dealt in every single match. Their survival time was almost, really similar, but it was all about making an impact, right? I think Quraysh Esports, they did one thing. They got themselves immersed and engrossed in fights, and they were kind of good in those, and I had no complaints from this team, especially when they had a certain threshold set at week 1 where I was thinking this team does not have what it takes to make it to the cut, and suddenly they come in and it's a tight slap right around all the critics' faces, including me, that yes, we've got so much in ourselves. That sort of gives me that fuel, kind of excites me to see what they have to offer this week as well.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports week number 1, they were not even able to get 150 mark in the total points. But suddenly, week number 2, from the very first game, they get a winner in chicken dinner, and they had a very rocking week number 2 because they got more than 200 points. They were placed on the 2nd position. Yes, Quraysh Esports can be that tough competition for I8 and Magnus in the overall ranking also. So yeah, Quraysh Esports, everyone will be setting their eyes on this team because of the performance they delivered in week number 2. But that's the same thing. The question arises, can they keep up the same momentum in week number 3? Because of the break, every team is having a read onto each other, so it's not going to be so easy in week number 3 this time.
Oh yeah, it's certainly not. It's not going to be easy for sure. But this is again a difference or comparison being drawn between Quraysh themselves, right? You can see week number 2, those big pointers out there, 28, 26, 22. We talk about these, right? And also the consistency that they've maintained in those middle matches, right? There were a few dips, howsoever, 2 matches, or rather 3 matches where they kind of got eliminated pretty on early. But that did not deter them, to secure that hashtag 2 position in just those week number 2 overall leaderboard. So they were really good for sure. But I really want to see this time which team, apart from the rest of the pack, is going to sort of step it up. Apologies there. But, that is sort of what intrigues me, Shadow, because who do you think, has got what it takes, the fire to come out through and be the ones, performing? Is it going to be someone like QWERTY? Is it going to be someone like, let's say Freestyle? Or maybe someone completely from the bottom half of the table? What do you think? Who's got the cut?
Bottom half, I have my doubts. But yes, one of the team that has been consistent in week number 1 and week number 2, TUF is also there. They have been consistent. They have been showing the good performances. So yes, consistency is the key. 3 weeks consistent performance. TUF can be the team to be in the top.
I mean, you're hoping for TUF. But, they've been one of those teams that, like you said, have been consistent. I want to see someone, completely surprise me, just sweep me off by my feet. But for now, a little bit of a comparison being drawn. Metershot X Sky, week number 1 and week number 2. Again, this is one of those teams that did make their impact felt, especially in week number 2. Because that one day, getting that hat trick of a chicken dinner, this is what we were talking about, right? And before week number 2 even started, this was one of those teams that was almost around the bottom of the table. And suddenly, they kind of bolster their way all the way up towards the top, and have really impressed us with their performance, and which is pretty evident from the stats that they have locked on, right? The consistency has certainly been there. The average survival time has been improving. But I certainly think they still have some scope of improvements, because you're talking about that 18 minutes of survival time, and we are also mentioning those 3 chicken dinners that they managed to get. There fewer even hashtag 2s. So this is the point where it comes that there are games where they go really big, but then there are games where they really do not get off the mark. Early eliminations. So that is something that they need to get rid of if they want to have some good games in this particular week.
Talking about the stats, entire week, it was only 3 games that helped them be in the top 5 or top 6 spot, because after that wins, they started fizzling out. They were not able to be in the top 5 position at all, getting either 5 points or 7 points in a game. So yes, they need to be very consistent if they want to have a good spot in after week number 3 if they want to qualify for the finals, because these are last 25 games in their hands. So consistency is going to matter in this particular week.
Consistency has to be there, for every single team, because after that it's just about the grand finals of the PMPL Pakistan, because after that we're talking about the big leagues again, the SA Championship, where you can have representatives from Pakistan go out there, and we know what follows from there. The grandest, the biggest, the best stage of it all, the GC, is what is waiting for us, and that is somewhere Pakistan would want to have some representation, because I've always believed, just like let's say MENA region, which was quite nascent, but now I think they're one of the strongest regions in the world right now. I mean, the kind of talents that they have produced, especially in the forms of Nigma Galaxy, one of those teams that is reigning supreme all over the place. But we'll talk about that a little later. Let's take a look at the schedule in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel to be played. Now, the first map is going to be in Erangel, of course, Group E. They're the ones, they're going to be sitting it out. So we're talking about QWERTY, Freestyle, North, and the Faulty Devils not being a part of this. So it's going to be interesting to see, QWERTY, Freestyle, North, and Faulty Devils in sitting it out, because when they come back, they need to come back swinging. And I really feel, this week, somewhere down the line, it has to be someone from Freestyle or QWERTY that really impresses me, because you've got that 1 week of a break, and QWERTY and Freestyle, from where they are sitting right now, I think they are capable of doing much better. So they did have time to contemplate over those mistakes that they've made, and hopefully they don't repeat it this time. And well, finally we do see that one right by your name, and was a quite an hefty gamble that you took, and you believed in the Grounders, I believe. They won you that one. Now, how do you make it 2, Shadow? What's your prediction for this game?
Go with Grounders again? Okay. Maybe not at this time. Maybe Team BABLU this time.
Alright, so you're going with Team BABLU, and I think, it's such a tough take for me. I think I want to go with I8 again. I8 has been one of my favorite picks, because how often can you go wrong? I want to give them another chance. I want to see if they have worked on their mistakes. So of course, my predictions is definitely going to be on I8, at least for this matchup, and I hope I get that 5th, because Blotter and I, we've been going with the tie for quite a long time, and I think there has to be someone who takes a little bit of a lead though. But we really hoped for having the highest predictions, if there was some extra consideration for us. I mean, I would be doing my number crunching, but it's just a hunch that maybe I8 could be back. But let's hope for the best, and let us know, you guys watching the stream, who do you think is going to be winning this first game of Erangel, because it's going to be again really amazing. So many good teams fighting it out against each other. I want to see if there has been any changes in team's drop location. I think Team Star, even towards those latter stages of week 2, did manage to start stepping up, showed a little bit of consistency, but again, that spark kind of just fizzled out pretty soon.
Star, this team has worked on their rotation. I have to say, week number 1 they were having bad rotation, but week number 2, every single time Team Star managed to be in a good spot, at least in the final circle, in a good spot, having a good position. So Team Star is one of the team to watch out for, because the rotations were on point. It's only the close compact firepower that I want to see this time, because this is a potential team that can beat down I8 and Magnus and every other team in the lobby and get that winner chicken dinner, which they have done so. But the multiple. I want to see 3 winner chicken dinners from Team Star. Maybe.
All right, 3, not a hat trick.
It's hat trick, a hat trick.
Okay.
3 wins, back to
Back to
back
back.
3 wins.
All right, you're
Yeah.
talking about a hat trick. So you've always been a dreamer, Shadow, and somehow your dreams have come true. Of course, I mean, the Grounders, the team I least expected to get a chicken dinner, they did it. It's a bonus match, so anything is possible. I mean, we would love to see, the teams really rising up their ranks, and we really hope, the Grounders also get back to their old playing days, where they were one of those formidable mid-tier teams out here. Anything is possible. We're just waiting for the matches to start and begin, because I'm getting all riled up, because it's going to be so much more exciting from here onwards, because with the games, things have with the way the things have been progressing. Like I said, it is the final week. It is so many teams that we have gotten into the mix, and I really expect to see some sort of a miracle also being coming out, especially let's say TmW, or maybe PPP Esports, or maybe 52 Esports, because let's be honest, they were the defending champions, and they have definitely not been playing anything close to be even called champions right now, after that little bit of a roster change, and 2 players going to Magnus, and we can see how good Magnus have been. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have already set sail into our journey to find out who's the best team this particular week, and who are the top 16 teams with the flight path trajectory heading all the way towards Milter Power. And seems like there hasn't been any huge change in any sort of drop location, so I think these teams are gonna stick to their basics.
At this stage, they don't want to risk anything, because maybe some other team is also going for a drop location change, and having bad games, especially at the end stage or the final week, is not going to help them in the long run. Yes, the top teams can afford to have few bad games, but the bottom teams or the middle tier teams can't afford to have too many bad games. And the circle is also going to favor so many teams right now, as it is favoring the eastern side. Yasna is still out of the circle, but 52 can make their rotation pretty
Ooh.
easily. But they are chasing up.
But
Oh,
this is...
they're not chasing. They have spotted a player.
Oh, this was a big fish. Oh,
They're letting him go.
yeah. It is the arch nemesis, Team Magnus. I mean, had I been there, I wouldn't have bothered if I even died. I would have taken the risk, because again, we're talking about just 2 points difference, and that one elimination could have given them one more extra point. And but they're looking at the bigger picture, right? Because now they have to go outside the circle, get into military base, get their loot done, then again come back inside the circle. Where I really felt, if they could have honestly gone for the Gatka split, they would have done much, much better. Because, you've got that entire center of the map to yourselves. And yeah, well, I8, sticking to their old conventional ways. And we've always seen them, somehow they make it into circle, make it to good places. Uzum is an amazing IGL. But one of those complaints I've been having lately is how they've been engaging in fights. So I'm hoping that they fix that issue that has been haunting them throughout week number 2.
Maybe they have worked on it, and this was a sign that they have worked on it, because the previous I8 of week number 1 wouldn't have let the player of Magnus go so easily. They would have gone for that one defeat point, but this time they are taking things slow. They are rectifying their mistakes, and they are going towards a military base island. But talking about the team that delivered 3 good games in the week number 2, Metershot Sky, let's see what this time they are going to do, because they are also very stubborn when it comes to their drop location. They are going towards the Noise side, but they need to be a bit careful, because some other team might try and gatekeep them, which we haven't seen often. No team is none of these teams are trying to gatekeep any of the team on the southern island, especially in these circles. You easily gatekeep the players of I8.
Oh yeah, they certainly do, but nobody has even tried getting them, right? I mean, throughout the entire tournament, we haven't really seen a lot of bridge blocks or barricades being set up or anything at all. I mean, there were a few moments where I think we did see some battle brewing up between Metershot Sky and Regicide. But I think that was pretty much it, Shadow, because honestly, I haven't really witnessed much fight towards that military bridge that we had always been open and clear. Even when Freestyle were playing, I thought really, that maybe we could get to see some fights, but, everybody just went off their own ways. But for now, I mean, there's no action really at this point. H2E, BABLU, right beside each other, everybody getting their own loot done. And this has again been one of their silent pacts, right? You don't trespass into our territory. We'll not budge into yours. You know, it's a huge city, kind of divided into halves. They kind of get their loot done, and they just get out from there. For TUF, however, this team, the way they performed in week number 1, the kind of aggression certainly showing has sort of died down, and that is something that really concerns me about this particular team, because it is again one of those teams with immense potential, but they haven't really lived up to all the hype that they created in week 1.
Well, certainly, it's 52 3x esports. All the teams that are in the bottom, they have not been even the top teams of the previous season that we have been saying. Week number 1, we were complaining so much from the top teams of spring season not performing this time, and week number 2 has already gone. Week number 3 is starting. Let's see if in the final week can they claim the throne again. If not the throne, can they deliver the same kind of a performance we expected from them? But right now, 3x esports, well, one of the player from this team has impressed me. That is going to be Miracle. The way he delivered performance in week number 1, he showed the signs that individually he's a very good performer. Oh,
all right. I like this. I mean, I love the bicycle. I do not know about you, but the kind of stealth that you get, and especially when you don't have to rely on anybody, you do not have to refuel it, it does not get damaged, does not get blown into smithereens, is something that I'm really hoping to see happen even more. But kind of takes a lot of space in your bag if you want to put it back inside. So yeah, the esports players haven't really been inclined towards the bicycles. But what about you? Do you use it?
As a kid, I used to use it. Now I'm scared. I'm too fat. I'm scared if I fall down, what is going to happen?
I mean, and of course, inside the game, where...
inside the game, you are safe. Physically, you're safe. So, yeah.
I mean, I love to use the bicycles to go out for those, cheeky little flanks, but still has that little, shh kind of sound, if your opponent does have good headphones, in this case, of course, all these pro athletes do have, they kind of figured it out. There's something around us. Could be a cycle, could be anything at all, just creeping up beside us. And in those late moment situations really helps getting you out of those tight situations. But again, they just decided to go against it, did not resort to it, which I completely respect, and for all the good reasons. If you do have a better automobile, why stick to the cycle? As Mary has been taken down, so Triple Esports are the first ones to get that knock, but really haven't converted into a finish as of now. But I like this sort of an aggression from their side. They're playing as if they've got nothing to lose, and the way they're kind of surrounding, it's basically like the shark just circling around its prey, waiting for that right opportunistic moment to strike. And of course, Mary, he's gonna get that revive. But how do 3x retaliate back after this? Oh, beautiful.
Beautiful Kar 98 shot coming in, and Kratos finally found a knock that is going to help the case of 3x in this case, because they have decided to retreat from this fight. They are going to pick up their fallen comrade, and this is the opportunity on which 3x can capitalize, as they are trying to shoot direction of Rex, but not sufficient damage has been dealt. But look at the position of Miracle. No, he's not going for the fight.
He did have some nice spotting being done there, but a little bit of hesitancy being shown, and for all the good reasons. The moment he just went on the crevices over there, realized, oh, 3 players, back off. So but Kratos, he's fearless, the god of war. Let's see what is he up to at this very moment. However, Tyrant has been taken down by Psycho. They need some trade-offs, but Kratos again being shot down from 2 different directions, as now 3x, they're losing ground. Miracle just trying to drive past by Thug, but isn't really successful. Does manage to get that knock though. Still has a little bit of space, but Miracle, I'm pretty sure he does not have any means to escape, as he's gonna get taken down. Thug, however, being finished off. But hold on, it is Team Magnus from the sidelines who did hear all those gunshots, and now they also want to join the party.
Both these teams extended the fight. They became little greedy. 3x has already been taken out, but they delivered damage towards the side of Triple Esports by taking down Thug, and now Magnus Esports is a team with which Triple Esports need to deal with. They have to bear the brunt because right now, look at the position of Triple Esports. They're out there in the open. They're way too spread out. This is not the position they want to be in right now, especially when they have other teams also in the close proximity. On the side, they have TmW, but Faster takes down Reeks also. That means Triple Esports is surviving with the last member.
Yeah,
For how
and
long?
I think it's not going to be long enough as Drolin draws the final blood over there. And with that, Triple Esports, they are eliminated from the game. And that's really concerning, you know, considering the fact that I could see that willingness from their side. You know, they were not shying away from fights. They engaged in it, then they backed off. And maybe had they not had one of their players getting knocked out, they would have never retreated, because it was always better to fight when you had cover. But R3D, they were like, you know, we have no business over here. We ain't gonna mess up with Magnus at this very point. And for now, still, you know, Destroy, he's gonna try his luck. Does manage to knock down Drolin though, but I think he's in safe covers. Enough for Faster to go in there and get the res back on him. And this is where I really, you know, wonder if R3D could get one more finish or maybe one more knock, maybe Magnus's days in this game could be numbered.
That is a possibility, but R3 Esports, they are not trying to leave their safe compound. They're still holding on to the water city, and around behind that ridges, getting the confirmation onto the plus of Magnus is a little difficult until they overexpose themselves, which they are not going to do so at all right now. And the fallen comrade has already been revived. Somewhere else, TUF is also trying to take down the players of Quraysh Esports from the moving vehicle, and Jaguar has taken a hefty damage from the side of Joker Sir, but he's not going to survive for now. But TUF needs to find a better place. Teams are still in a better place. I'm sorry, that is Quraysh Esports who is out there in the open. They need to find a safe compound for themselves, because in the close proximity they have grounders as well.
Oh, they certainly do. And you know, the way this circle has been shifting, we are still yet to find out. But look at Zen getting that beautiful knock secured on Faddy. Every single player of Team Magnus showing their A game in display as Drolin just closes in, inching. Maybe could just try and run them over, but going after Walker and gets that knock. Oh, the cojones on Drolin looks absolutely fearless. And R3D, did really bite more than what they could have chewed over here, and have to pay that hefty price, losing out on two of their players. And now they're on that hasty retreat as Team Magnus. Oh, they're right on their tails.
The storyline that has been created over those ridges, two teams have already been eliminated, and Magnus and R3D Esports, let's see which team is going to lose out on the players or is going to get elimination at this position, because they are locking horns with each other. But from the southern side is the peace, complete peace. On the southern side we have I8 Esports, Grounders are there, Quraysh Esports are there. Under the tail of I8 we have the players of Team Quati as well.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
that's Reggie side. Sorry.
Yeah, indeed. Regicide just, you know, entering the circle a little late, and Blade may have just snuffed him out. He knows there's someone around, but for now, I mean, the way circle has been forming, I8 still do have some concrete cover to themselves. But look at Team BABLU over here, deciding to get into covers. Nothing really concerning. This is the exact same spot that the players of 3x, if I'm not wrong, were holding on to. Now it's for Team BABLU to really take it on, and having these little you know, ditches to play around gives them that assurance that if they even get charged upon, they do have multiple angles to engage in from. But for now, TUF still, you know, two of their players are right on Everest. They're kind of scouring the entire land, just getting good visuals over where teams could be, and finding knocks here and there. This time, however, Reaper has been taken down. I'm starting to wonder if he could really finish him off, because that is going to be a tough task, because provided the distance, of course, has enough time to get into cover and get himself back on his feet.
see if he can get back onto his feet. But I just noticed one thing. Regicide is showing as a three-man army, and right now Nocto has been taken down, so their trouble has already been increased because there's a two-man army. They have to go for the revival and they have to deal with the brunt of 52 esports in the close proximity. But Team BABLU right now, they are gathering information from this spot onto so many teams that are trying to rotate, specifically on Magnus Esports. TmW is also there, so they can get the information onto their opponents. That is going to help them in the final circle, because right now they are not peppering any single bullet onto them. They're just collecting the information. And so is Ash from the side of Metershot Sky. He went for the scouting, realized the compound has already been taken, and now he's going to regroup with his teammates and find a other better spot.
You know, that's sort of always has been the go-to plan of how Metershot Sky really engage themselves in fight, but we can see something happening around Magnus and Team BABLU, because really in close proximities could just lock horns against each other. But for now, Quantum Rage is still inside that little compound that they have to themselves. Again, Quantum Rage has been one of those teams, loves that third position to themselves, has been pretty much consistent throughout, you know, week number 1, week number 2, in terms of how long they survive. You know, always get those position points for themselves no matter what. And with the way things are standing, this is going to decide a lot of things. And Quraysh Esports to have a really good spot. You know, they've got few compounds to play around with around Gatka. But this is going to be interesting as to see how TUF makes their rotation and how H2E holds on to their grounds, because you've got a little bit of ditch where they are in, and this could really, you know, come out handy in their favor. But a little bit of an instant replay, fast reflex is coming in from Faster. Really, the way he just crouch toggled himself, and look at Rollin. I mean, this shows the, you know, signs and marks of a champion. The way Team Magnus have been playing, 5 eliminations already right from the start of the game, and the kind of a momentum that they have, I'm pretty sure they're not going to settle with just this much.
Well, Magnus are happy, definitely 5 defeat points, but 3x triple esports, they are going to regret their decision of picking up such an early fight. But Quantum Rage finally finds a confirmation onto the player of TUF, and Joker Sir's position has already been given away, and Goku with that grenade was trying to dish out some damage but failed to do so, but he received a retaliation fire, I believe from the side of R3D, because they are also in close proximity. So let's see how Joker Sir is going to survive, because he's all by himself.
All by himself, and this is where, you know, Thor and Edgar have to make a really tough decision. But look at Team BABLU, one of their players is already down on his knees. 59-1-1, just wanted to step out in the open, but instantly got traded over as Danny. He's been run over, getting knocked out. This is concerning for Team BABLU. 2 of their players already taken down, and they've got nowhere to run and hide. And the 52 esports really close to them. Aspero goes in, but no, Pan really manages to make sure that he does not walk out safely, as we're in a whole different fight altogether. I do not understand what's going on at this point, as Team BABLU, they just survived with one of their players, the IGL himself, who has a lot of job to do at this given moment.
And Joker is already making his move. The question is, he's going to prioritize the race onto his teammates, or he's going to pick the final player of Team BABLU, who is trying to revive his teammates. But right now, Magnus Esports, they have spotted on the players of Metershot Sky, taken down Healthy, trying to find a confirmation as well. Let's see if we can find so. But his teammates are also in the nearby vicinity. Smokes are already being drawn out. But the question is, are those going to help right now? But on the other side, Zibian, who got a revival through a grenade, finds a knock onto the player of 52, but he himself gets traded off.
He certainly does. And for now, you know, Teen Wolf getting taken down over there. That's concerning. Did manage to get that revive onto it, Zibian, but now Zibian has no other choice but to tuck his tails and run from there. 52 esports, however, they're also survived by just one player, Joker. And I'm starting to wonder why he did not use that vehicle. Maybe he ran out of gas, but for now, Zibian, he's pretty much stuck over here. Oh, this is really bad. The 4th circle still will manage to, you know, administer that first hit, but TmW, they're going after the players of Quantum Rage, already having managed to secure that knock on Sirius. They're looking for more.
They're looking for more, and right now they are surviving that Molotovs and the grenades coming in their direction, and Metershot Squad, they are looking pretty aggressive. They have found a safe compound from the side of Metershot Sky, but right now they have to deal with the players of Quantum Rage who are in a 2v2 split. Molotov, smokes, grenade, everything are being used from both the parties. Let's see which one is going to get an opening by taking down the player of opponent. And Goku needs to heal up really fast. He has spotted on one of the player, goes from the backline, sticks down one player of Meteor Shot. Can he find the confirmation? Let's see.
Oh yeah, we certainly have to see what goes on as Quantum Rage fighting against life and death over here somehow. Still managing to get those beautiful knocks though. Goku and Senior, the two surviving members over here, just bobbing and weaving through, and somehow Metershot Sky, they've been eliminated pretty early on, courtesy to even Team Magnus, but the fight is still not over. As TmW, they're lobbing all those grenades, and Goku has managed to get himself back to optimum HP. But at this point, M7 666 is trying to lob a few more grenades. However, the window panes have been smoked off. So those entry points are getting a little bit difficult, but still manages to get in through with that Molotov. Still not any sort of damage being done, as they just hide in the shroud of smoke, as this grenade could be devastating had it gone out of the window.
But right now, Goku, he needs to heal up. He needs to be a little silent, but not so silent, as he takes on 666, who was trying to take the drop shot towards the side of Goku, and his teammate Senior is going to help him out by taking down the players. But let's see Quantum Rage. They lost 2 of the players, 3 defeat points already in their favor right now. The other team that is in front of them, they have to deal with them also, as TmW. They are retreating from this fight. They have lost enough players to realize that this is not the position, this is not the fight they want to pick up, especially outside of the safe circle when the circle blue zone is going to come in. Mature decision coming from the side of TmW, but Quantum Rage, Goku is taken down by play zone, has been taken down by play. No, that was H2E.
So many fights are happening, and it's so difficult to keep track of things, you know, with the way all these fights are erupting, especially pertaining to that western ship that we're getting. IQ barely surviving, steps out of his vehicle as Kurama takes down Blade in the process, as the woes of I8 still continue, as IQ this time also gets himself knocked out, and I believe that could mark the end, as Koos just gets run over, and TmW, they're feeling themselves at this point. I8 getting taken down at the 9th spot, as Hasni is trying to get that knock on towards Hayan. Does manage to succeed though. Can he get it again on Kurama? Just proned in. And maybe TmW have no idea of what's happening. And they have been engrossed in fight right from a long time right now. Again, Hasni just continuing his prey. Whereas Quraysh Esports, they've been the smarter bunch, you know. They've respected the circle. But taking a look at the zone right now, it's just going to be Regicide only who have managed to make sure they've got some presence inside the zone, with H2E even trying to follow up.
Well, certainly H2 is trying to prioritize the circle from the northern side. Team Star can also do so, but on the other side, they are not stopping, as they are picking up players after players. They have lost 2 of their teammates, but still they are the most aggressive one. They are picking so many fights right now. All they have is a little bit of the cover for themselves, and they have to realize that the grenades, a single perfect grenade in their direction, is enough to eliminate them, or give them enough damage to ruin their game right now. And Quraysh Esports, they are trying to do so. They have dropped some of the smoke. Maybe Quraysh this time, they are trying to prioritize the circle and leave the players of Team Magnus out there in the open. And TmW, they have the cover of the vehicle, but still relentlessly Magnus Zen is shooting in their direction.
Oh, this could be deadly. It's already started cooking up a grenade. If that lands, Hasni, he's pretty much done for, and that exactly is what happens at this situation. Team Magnus getting that opening as Baz gets that knock onto his honk, as Zen trying to spray it around. Jaguar does not really connect, and he has been the ace player for Team Quraysh. If anybody could make a difference, would be him, but TmW strike from the backs and managed to get the better out of Zen, as now Kurama, the lonesome survivor, he gets taken down. Team Magnus deal with him, but he has one of his fallen comrade. Faster has got to make some fast moves over here. Needs to get that revive, which indeed he's trying to do. But this grenade, or rather the Molotov coming in from Mani's side, is going to delay the inevitable that is coming Team Magnus's way. as Sardarji he's managed to get that revive on his teammate as Zen he's just bleeding. Money closing in on that gap faster, needs to do something about it. Somehow still sticks the res. Will definitely get the revive though, but that grenade coming in from Jaguar is going to be enough to send Zen back to the lobby as fast as he steps out of his cover, gets that beautiful knock secured. But Sardarji pushing in from another direction as that marks the end for Team Magnus as the final 4 remain. Regicide with a 3-man team, they managed to make it to the top 4. Team Star, they had been pretty much silent right from the very start, could make some impact in this final stages of the game.
Well, they have been prioritizing the position because the rotation that were coming from this side, completely from the destined side, well, now they are reaping the benefits, but they are also bearing the brunt of the teams present inside the circle as they are lost toward the plus, not lost toward the plus, are still on their knees. Let's see the revival can come in because Hunk is the only player surviving and Team Regicide is making it difficult for the plus of Team Star, especially Hunk, who's going for a revive onto Usma, who's the last member to be revived. Team Star, they have lost 2 players. On the other side, Quraysh Jaguar finds knock onto plus of Team H2E, 2 plus of H2E, and he's going for the confirmation as well. Quraysh Esports, they are looking strong right now. The way they are taking the fight, the way they are going for the aggressive stance, and H2E, how they are going to survive in this situation. All they have is a little vehicle cover, and Quraysh Esports are hunting for the 2 plus, especially the last player who is going for the rescue onto his fallen comrade, and Jedi has already eliminated. Assad also hits the ground as Jaguar, he's not stopping for anyone right now.
Not at all. I mean, Quraysh, they want to start things off huge again. As they've managed to take down one more squad. 8 finishes for this team. Has just 1 more remains. It is a 3v2 situation. And Quraysh, they're all over the place. They've got the circle advantage to themselves. 2 players of Star. They have to make it inside the zone. And given all these smoky trails, Quraysh have an idea from where they might be coming in. If they have few more grenades to work around with, maybe they're going to lob it at that direction. At this point, however, we've got the players of Team Star slowly but surely inching in close, trying to get inside the circle, trying to get maybe even one weapon opening over here. Have ditched out on their bags and all those unnecessary supplies, just keeping what's essential. But look at Money. He's watching it all. He's watching that flank happen. And he makes sure that he has a different angle as Usama and Hunk. They're closing in on Jaguar's direction. But for now, it is going to be the silence that takes over this map right now. We're just waiting for that one opening and we find our winners of this game.
And Usma, he's crawling his way. He's already closing the distance towards the 2 plus of Quraysh Esports. Jaguar, he has a little bit of the ridge to work around with. Mani opens things up as he takes down Hunk and instantly eliminates him. That means Usma is up for an outnumbered fight against the side of Quraysh Esports. But this grenade can change things. And beautiful grenade comes and takes down Sardarji. Still, there is hope for Usma. He can clutch it out because I think he has a slight idea about the position of Money also.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Money's presence has been noted, but Money has that higher ground to play from. And if he can capitalize on that, maybe get a little bit further, could spot out Osama. But the best part about Quraysh is that they've got 2 different angles, right? Even Sardarji, oh no, don't tell me he wants the res at this given moment. Maybe Money just wants to provide that cover fire. Could be that insurance policy. But a little bit of smoke being drawn over there. And was it Money just trying to block his view so that they can get the revive? I mean, that could be pretty smart coming out of Quraysh. But at this point, I think they should be more focused on getting that chicken dinner, spotting out Usama. It's going to be Jaguar who gets that final finish. And with that, Quraysh Esports, they're on a roll. Oh my goodness, 10 eliminations for this team. And they have managed to get that chicken dinner now. Have solidified their position at the 4th spot in the overall rankings. And what a start for this team. Wow, amazing.
Well, we were talking about this team before the game started, that will they be able to keep up the same momentum? And the answer, I asked that question and the answer is yes, because this time also they're starting things on a very good note, getting a first winner chicken dinner, first game in their hands. So they've already got the confidence for week number 3. I think their journey of this week is already looking very good.
Oh, it certainly is. I mean, if things go on like this, Oh, they're going to be on such a roll. But things started off in a really, really action-packed manner, just the way we wanted it to begin, right? It was an amazing game. Howsoever, we're going to talk more about that after this short little break. All right, we are back, and of course, we are back for a certain reason, thanks to someone, and that someone is, of course, Oppo F21 Pro, the smartphone sponsors of PMPL Pakistan, and Oppo being the sponsors of the entire PUBG Mobile Pakistan region for the esports, and of course, I've been so thankful to them. But what an amazing game, Shadow. I mean, it was action just brewing throughout, and the way the circle started shifting, those western shifts, putting all these teams in a mix of what to do, and so many of them got eliminated, and Quraysh Esports did manage to still stand supreme.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports, they were trying to come from the southern side. They had the best position, but Team Star also, they were very patient. They were trying to go for the good rotation, and that western shift in the circle definitely helped their case. So placement points, something Team Star is getting again this time. But what happened with I8 Esports? They were looking good.
I mean, I don't know if I can say they were really looking good, but we'll talk about that, because now we have the MVP, and no surprises there as well. Again, Jaguar, the kind of performance that he's been showing, especially from week number 2, has been so impressive. Now this lad has been amazing, and we've seen him in the past, but this is where he's put in the efforts, he's put in the work this season, and wow, what an amazing player he's turning out to be. 6 eliminations, quite clinical as well. 633 points of damage, 155 points of healing done, 4 knocks. He's done it all for his team. But even Mani, he's been stepping it up. Edgar, TUF, they had their own share of joy, and so did Faster. The way he was playing, I really loved every bit of it. But Team Magnus, I mean, they were stuck in a very bad situation. Hyan, however, TmW, they were the ones that really surprised me this particular game. We were talking about one team maybe from the bottom of the table really stepping it up. For a moment, I thought it could be Triple Esports, but then it was TmW all along. And Hyan, the way he just played over there, especially the way they wiped out I8, of their miseries, that was really painful to watch for the I8 fans. As the match rankings in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, Quraysh Esports right at the tippity top right now with 25 points, with H2E getting that second spot over here, despite placing third, courtesy to those 6 eliminations they had. Team Star, like we said, they were pretty silent from the start, right? They were just respecting the zone. They kept themselves aloof from all those fights, and eventually got that third position despite finishing second. But Magnus, again, courtesy to those 8 eliminations, they find themselves with 14 points.
Well, certainly, but TUF, they were in a 2v2 split. That split was not working in their favor at all, because one after other the player was getting eliminated. Joker sir was not able to regroup with his teammates. So yes, TUF, this could have been their game. Not a win, but a good position, good placement points for them. But ultimately, the split didn't work for him. That's why not so good performance coming from their side.
Yeah, I mean, that 2-2 split, especially after that, hard shift that came in, and so many squads just bounced at their direction, Quantum Rage joining the fray. They could not do much, but Team Magnus, they had such an amazing start, felt right, they're just gonna stomp their way throughout the lobby. And Quantum Rage, one of the best defending teams, the way they've been playing. But look at TmW, just, on a road rampage over here, just driving over the players of I8. And hey, that's I8 in front of you. Please be intimidated. They don't care. They just don't care. And this is what happens, when you are in the final week and that your chances are really bleak. That's where we see, that all-out performance from these teams' side, and how they've delivered. I've been loving every bit of it. But what I loved most about was how the circle shifted. and how Quraysh managed to assert their dominance inside the lobby. And taking a look at the damage graph over here, Shadow, Quraysh, Magnus, H2E, TUF, TmwEsports, they were all over the place.
No, they certainly were, but Quraysh and Magnus Esports, they were able to get defeat points as well. But talking about TUF, only 4 defeat points and 1500 plus damage they were dishing out. So that means they were not able to capture all the knocks into the confirms or the finishes. So TUF, yes, something better was expected from their side, but they were making their mark in terms of the damage. But IA, they were completely missing out.
Oh, I mean, they went in for those late rotation, and likewise, and something that they did not anticipate was the zone to take that western shift, right? The moment that happened, that is where it went all south for them. They lost out on Uzum from what I could see on the map feed happening, and then onwards, they were in a pretty dicey situation, could not do much, and it was the moment IQ got knocked over there, even those final moments, Blade was alive, but can't really help it, especially when you get that migration coming in from that eastern side. So many teams entering in through and getting the better out of the others. And this is something that I was kind of astonished. I mean, I thought I may have some answers, but again, this was a tricky circle to approach. And the teams that had a good position, I really expected much out of TUF though. I mean, there was a point where I really felt they should have gotten back together, all 4 of their players, and that would have increased their odds. Like you also discussed, staying in that 2-2 split really did not help in their endeavors of what they were trying to accomplish, because they had 2 players on that higher ground, but they were not able to provide support, especially when the circle just went away from them. But now it is going to be game number 2 for the evening. It's going to be Miramar. And this time we do not have, teams from Group D playing. So Quantum Rage, Grounders, Regicide, 3x. They're going to be sitting this one out. Who are you going for, Shadow?
Team Star?
Team Star?
Yeah.
All
Team
right.
Star.
All right. I mean, they've had a good start. And if they cannot carry on with the momentum that they have had, they certainly can get the chicken. But, I would really want Team QWERTY to get a chicken in this one. Especially with the kind of a history that they have had. And again, it's Miramar, one of their strongest maps. And I really want to see. I mean, I saw what I had to see from Team I8. I mean, not the best of starts. And that has sort of been, customary with I8. Every single time they start off a little slow. But eventually, after that one chicken dinner, they just go all guns blazing. But that did not happen in week number 2. And certainly did not happen in week number 3 as well. I mean, towards the later phases of the game, we might get to see that. But we don't know, right, what's going to happen. But for me, it's going to be, of course, T20 QWERTY. For Shadow, of course, you're going with Star as your prediction. Let's hope you get a 2, or maybe I get a 5 on just by my name. But regardless, I mean, Miramar is going to be fun, right? Miramar being one of those maps that, is again, we've seen those little changes in how the zones are forming. Because in week number 2, we saw all those southern zones a little bit on towards those El Pozo circles. But this time, I want to see something different. What about you, Shadow? Where do you want to see the circle end?
OS, I've been asking for a OSS circle from the PUBG gods, but they have not been giving me. Rather, I've been requesting them that please give me that OSS circle, because that is one of the area of the Miramar that most of the teams are not so much aware of. That is going to make things interesting. So maybe OSS one day.
OSS. I mean, it's been a long time. I mean, I think with my stint at PUBG Mobile casting, there was just that one occasion where we did get to see that northern circle, and I'm pretty sure it was in the Pakistan region. So maybe, we've seen some really absurd circles sometimes, those 2 little islands right at the southeastern side. We've seen that happen. Maybe, I mean, I would be really happy if I get another Puerto Paraiso circle. I think we got that on one occasion, and it was very close to the chicken dinner, but they kind of missed out on that one. But regardless, I mean, I'm kind of excited to see who's gonna get a chicken in this one at least. I mean, with Quantum Rage, the Grounders, Regicide, and 3x Esports out of the mix. And one of those groups, Quantum Rage kind of been consistent this time also. Not the best of finish, but again, not the worst again as well. But for the other teams, they really have to step it up. So this is where the discussion comes down to how did you like H2E in this game? Because they did have a decent amount of finishes. They respected the circle. I kind of like them. What about you?
Yeah, yes, compared to the performance they have been delivering in week number 1 and week number 2, even they are getting good points for themselves in terms of the placement or the defeat points. Anyway, that is going to help their case because week number 1 definitely not in their favor. This team have been consistently at the bottom of the standing. So if they're starting the first very game with few points in their hands, I think they're working in a right direction.
I really hope they are, because that's much needed for this team. And with the way things have been going on, I mean, H2E have been having such a tough time, and missing out on those Livic maps, not getting those bonus points. It's been going, they've been going through a rough phase. Nothing taken away from them. So it's going to be really important to see how they come out this time at least. But I really hope, we get to see them in at least the finals. Because after that, we've been talking about the buffers also, the bonus points being added up, giving you that grand buffer. And Magnus, the way they've been playing, I think they're going to have a very good head start against all these other teams. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there could be some other teams that really step up in the finals. But that's for a later day. But for now, with the way things have progressed, I mean, Metershot X Sky, again, another of those teams, back to their old ways. Very late rotation inside the circle. Clearly did not work out. But let's see what happens in this map of Miramar, as it's going to get hot, humid, and all feisty, as the flight path trajectory, this time from Minas towards La Trilera.
Well, certainly the flight path this time is towards La Trilera, and that also means Los Leones is easily glidable. A+B Esports, North Esports, they are going to have a very easy drop in the side of Los Leones team. They usually like to go on extremities of the Miramar, but this time seems like there is a change in the drop location. But Triple Esports, again, Impala or Puerto maybe. But talking about Magnus Esports, well, again, a split is coming from their side, but on the northern side, towards the side of Campo Militar and Hizar, the teams that are trying to glide are the players of R3D and Metershot Sky. Metershot Sky this time might be going towards the side of Campo Militar. So, but the main question is where the first circle is going to form.
I mean, that's something that is going on in my mind as well, because I clearly have no idea. I want to see something happen around the north this time, but alright, a little bit of a change, or maybe not, because we've seen this zone again somewhere around Minas Generales, La Bendita, heavily favoring the lads from team Magnus, or Freestyle as a matter of fact. But I8 and North Esports, we've seen this love story happen. It's platonic, they barely tend to engage against each other. But Team BABLU and H2E, this is a fight. I mean, maybe Team BABLU was not even anticipating, or maybe H2E just coast all the way down south. That could be interesting as well. I think that's what they're going to do.
Usually Miramar, they have been going with the split drop, two of the players towards the side of prison, but somewhere else a fight is breaking out as TmW Kurma finds a player of Team Star and takes him down. That means one defeat point already in the favor of TmW, and first blood also comes in. But Team Star, this is not the start they were anticipating, and Sultana is making the mistake. I think he's coming out in the open, and Reaper exactly knows where the players of Team Star are right now.
Oh yeah, he certainly does. And he could make a good work out of them, as God Fury somehow managed to find that trade on Haiyan at the very least, as Reaper does just have that VSS, maybe a shotgun to work around with, but no, a really bad time to show his backs to the enemies, as I really felt had he just stuck on over there as Team Star, they're going to change their fate, as the stars are starting to align for them. Did however lose out on Osama, but somehow have managed to get the remainder of the players of Team TmW, just when we were thinking that this week could be TmW's chance at redemption. Now they're just survived by one of those players, that is M7, who is apparently tucking his tails and running.
he ought to do that. Please, those placement points. As a single man, a 1v3 fight is too much to deal with, and TMW, with those resources they have in their hands, especially a 666, yes, he has those armor, but I'm not very sure how many bullets he have in that UMP45 or that mini. So yes, that is a smart move, but escaping in Miramar is never so easy, and the way he is going towards little southern side, maybe he can cross paths with the players of Team FS, because if he goes towards the right side, maybe Koti is waiting for him.
Oh yeah. It's a long run, especially when the temperature is around 50 degrees Celsius. It's gonna be so difficult for him to make it out alive. I mean, I'm starting to get worried about this lad, but for now, I mean, the way the circle has, right? Freestyle also in a really good place to contend themselves. Look at Team Magnus, you know, the kind of a spread that these lads are after could kind of surround the players of freestyle, and if they get a knock, we know what Magnus can do. They just go in directly head on, and the confidence that they've been exuding lately. The Faulty Devils still at Picardo. Once there was this one occasion where Team BABLU tried to contest that, and they were slapped back right into the lobby. TUF, however, making their rotation from Chumasera again. No problems whatsoever. But this game is going to be really interesting because you know, a lot of teams are already around the center. Not a lot of movement being made over here by the other teams, as now M766 rather is now very close to where T20 QWERTY are, and he's got to hide and you know, be that sneaky little assassin, and then try to get as many position points, because TMW, let's be honest, they've had a good start. If they can get maybe a 4th or 5th finish, and I think that could be at least you know, all they want for this game.
All they want right now is not to be spotted. Right now, 666. I'm very sure the minute he's going to hear any of the vehicle coming nearby, he's going to have his heart in his mouth that, please God, no, let no one spot me out. Let no one spot me out. So yes, 666, he's in a tricky spot. Gravity, QWERTY, the entire team of QWERTY is in the close proximity, and Team Star, well, they are already they were already in the house of the boss, Hacienda. But R3D, this is a team that used to have a good performance in week number 2. This time also, the way they were picking a fight with the players of Team Magnus in the Erangel, Destroyer is especially one of the guys from this particular team who has been delivering very good performance.
I mean, of course, like the way they started off, right? I really felt maybe R3D, they've got what it takes to take down a team like Magnus. Initially, you know, they found that knock, but then again, it was again Magnus team just flipping the tables. They don't care. Such is their dominance in the lobby, right? They've sort of become the new team to be scared of. The kind of confidence, the way they go in, every single movement, and everyone so individually adept at their skills, you know, in those close range situations, whosoever be it, you know, Drolin, Finisher, Zen, or Faster. We've seen all their heroics, and this is one of those teams that has impressed everybody with the way they've been performing. And if this kind of goes on, maybe this time Team Magnus, they are going to go to the ESA Championships with a crown on their heads.
No second thoughts on that.
Yep.
Team Magnus is definitely going, and I8 also. Yes, they had few bad games, but the performance or the points they are having in the overall standings, it's not easy to topple I8 also.
I mean, let's hope for the best. That's what I can say at this point. As you know, one Team I8 certainly not the kind of a start, and S goes on and fight against the Faulty Devils around La Bendita, I believe. Blade has also been taken down. Now this is bad news for I8, losing out on 2 of their players, and again these splits really haunting them, and this time falling down to TFT. This certainly looks unacceptable.
Certainly, it is not something we anticipated, or even I anticipated, that their game is going to start, their week 3 is going to start this way. But it has been a trend. it's usually game number 3 or the game number 4. Every single week that I8 starts performing, they get a winner chicken dinner, not at least a second position in the game, and after that they start performing. Initial 2 games are never in the favor of I8 Esports, so I'm not so worried up until now. But if they don't perform in the 4th game, that's when the worry comes in the picture, because week number 3 only 25 games are there. Second game already not in their favor. They lost 2 players, 2 players surviving in their own territory, that is Los Leones, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. And you know, uh, this is really, daunting for all the I8 fans. Not clearly the kind of a start again they would have wanted in Miramar. Especially losing out on 2 of their players really does not help their cause. But for now, I mean, Freestyle still around that center, TFT. They've made that movement around that La Bendita area. TUF just beside them, just playing around those little hilly covers that they have. But for North Esports, they're kind of closing in the gap against Triple Esports. And this is the Lynx AMR we've been talking about. And where did it drop? Right at the heart of the circle right now. And team Freestyle, I think they're in the closest contention. Or maybe it could be T20 QWERTY. Whoever gets it, and if they yield that weapon, then that's going to be amazing.
Certainly, but talking about the team that is in front of us, North Esports, they have also delivered good performance, especially in the map of Miramar when they got a win chicken dinner for themselves. And the way they're rotating from the complete southern western side, things are looking in their favor, because the western side of the map is completely unoccupied. It's only 52 Esports somewhere between Power Grid and Picardo. Otherwise, no team is present. Yes, if they head towards the side of some other team, that is going to be Team BABLU. Well, Team BABLU and North Esports, maybe they'll collide with each other right now. I8, well, they better be careful because TUF is lingering nearby.
Oh, they certainly are. And well, they still do have Goose though. One of those players, one of the most deadly players that I8 has. And once he gets rolling, there's barely anything stopping him. But we haven't seen that sort of a spark from Ghost, at least in week 2 and week 3. I mean, let's not get into that. But Uzim, oh, almost had himself knocked out. TUF spotting him out from that far off fray, as Ghost does retaliate back. But Uzim just has one more first aid to work around with, and his helmet is pretty much damaged. Now concerning an alarming situation, as Triple Esports, they're getting the shot back from the players of Quraysh, and the kind of confidence that Quraysh have, look at that. They're right out in the open, they still don't care. They want to answer back, they want to suppress. As Sardaji is the one player who is stuck now, has managed to administer that first aid, wants to get inside the circle. And bolt action shots are being taken at his direction. Nothing really seems to connect.
Nothing is connecting, but right now Freestyle, talking about this team, Malik is usually one of the main assaulter that brings an opening, but right now R3D walks right in. The arms are dead. No, it was Gravity who find a knock onto the player of Team Freestyle over there. That means Anubi survived for now, but Team Freestyle need to help their teammate, fallen comrade, as soon as possible, because it's not just R3D, it's QWERTY also that has their eyes onto them. And Freestyle, they're out there in the open. They have a little bit of compound to work around with. On the southern side, it is the players of Team H2E who are also falling down through the hands of North Esports, and Maxi just survived that grenade.
We just did that, and needs to get himself back to good HP. Does again gets damaged as Assad in real close proximities. Does manage to get that smoke on that eastern side, so as to just block that fire coming in from Amer, and good presence of mind being displayed from his side. But this is where H2E need to make that tough decision. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a drastic shift in the circle as it goes completely towards that western side, somewhere around Picardo. And this is where teams like BABLU do have that upper advantage, as Assad still in an engagement course against the players of North Esports, as Maxi this time trying to be the aggressor, trying to lob that grenade, but sadly does not connect.
But look at the position of the fourth player of North Esports. He can be that flanker or the ugly thorn for the purpose of H2E. And H2E realized this is not the position to pick up a fight with the players of North Esports. They are trying to prioritize the circle, and this could be a mistake because JD has been stuck with that vehicle and the tree, and he has to work on the foot. And Maxi is relentlessly shooting in his direction. But H2E, for now, they have survived. Can't do the same thing for JD.
At least not for him. But at this point, North Esports, they have to get inside the circle, and that is exactly what they're kind of gonna try and do, because they're kind of following the tracks of Team H2E. Them also taking that southern split. JD taking quite some damage, but still not yet knocked out. So this is where you kind of want to resort just single tapping on your weapon, not just waste your bullets away. But finding no success, North Esports, they decide to close in the gap, but Maxi does somehow. And he gets that knock. Wants to go for that finish though. Doesn't really connect. But the big question is, are the players of H2E gonna get the rest back up? Because Dread, he might also be taking quite some damage. And now look at that. Their escape route, the vehicle has been blown apart. Now this is the perfect time for the players of North Esports to, try and charge in at the direction.
Well, certainly, I'm also thinking why that is not happening. Maybe they're trying to move inside the circle because they do realize two of the players of H2B are already trying to wait for them on the periphery, but somewhere else TmwEsports dishing out hefty damage onto the players of the FD who are going for the rotation. Styler takes a hefty damage, surviving on a sliver of HP. He has to heal up really fast. Can he pick up with a fight with the players of TUF? Because R3D is also in the close proximity, and all these three teams are fighting against each other right in the epicenter of the circle.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be really a lot more interesting to see where the circle really pans around. Virus, he's taken some damage, but he's good as of now. Holding on to that god building really gives him that extra bit of security. So difficult to push over, but now we're talking about TFD's turf, right? Now this is their place, and we have seen what they've done to BABLU. They did decimate him, and especially I think, if I'm not wrong, it was Tyler just completely clutching out the entire squad all by his lonesome. As now is the moment of truth where we find that next shift going a little bit further towards that western side. Now this is a game that 52 Esports and Team BABLU really have to capitalize, and we're the kind of position that 52 Esports they're holding on to. I really think they have a good chance if they play their cards right. They can get the chicken dinner.
Certainly, because they have the complete control of the southern side, and it's only H2E that they have to deal with. But on the other side, the teams that are trying to rotate from the side of Picardo, well, they better be careful, because leaving the city of Picardo is not going to be so easy. And Edgar, with that mini 14, he has his eyes set onto the player of TFD and takes him down the minute he peeks out. And the confirmation might not be coming anytime soon right now.
At least not for now. A sad boy. Just crawling his way into covers, into safety. This is going to be such a tough revive, right? That is something that Edgar is aware of, because someone is going to try and close in the gap, and this is the perfect time for him to strike. Does manage to land a few blows though, but not enough, as Edgar can actually just try and blow the vehicle up, or maybe just flatten the tires out, as Halsey gets knocked out by the players of Triple Esports. As the trade comes in, as Ash MVP closing in on Rex. Rex does have that high ground advantage. Despite that, Ash comes out through, but it's the fourth circle. Can he make it inside the circle alive? That's a big question, and the answer is going to be no. As the other Ash, however, he's just going to pick up on the pieces that have been fallen. As fourth circle revive, it is possible, but that's a big gamble to take. It's really up to choice that if they want to trade it off. But we are witnessing another fight. Freestyle and T20 QWERTY are going up against each other. As Voltrux, he's managed to take down Mob2. Zerbaf also getting the better out of Voltrux. And they're going head to head against each other as the Titans collide. As there you go. Zerbaf trying to lob a grenade as Gravity comes in from the sidelines. And he's been spotted out, but Zerbaf taking some hefty amount of damage, and Gravity having no trouble whatsoever getting that confirmation. As T20 QWERTY somehow survive, but have had a few casualties.
Yes, they have had few casualties, but the fallen players can be revived because they have so few seconds in their hands. But on the other side, the Magnus Esports, they are picking up the players of North Esports, not just one, two players of North Esports out there. So Magnus, they have earned good defeat points for themselves. But right now, TOF, they have spotted down the player, last player, in fact, of Triple Esports, Psycho also. And Psycho, I8 is showing on his doorstep. Can he do a 1v2 against the strongest team? He has managed to take down Uzm over there. Let's see if he can take down Ghost as well.
I mean, he's a one-man army at this point, and if he clutches it out, it's gonna be insane. And that is exactly what he does. And I8 again falling down to their miseries as Team Magnus, they decide to strike in. With Rollin just closing in on the gap against Team BABLU, already one of their players being knocked out. This is bad news as Zibyan taking that little bit of a hilly advantage for himself, gets that knock onto its Rollin just before getting traded off by Finisher's grenade. And they are exchanging blows and blows against each other as Bapan comes out of nowhere. And now just the lonesome player surviving. Finisher somehow manages to clutch it out for Team Magnus with all three of their players surviving. Oh, Faster, just the only player to get eliminated. But Team BABLU, they've been wiped out.
And the entire control of the southern side comes in the hands of North Esports. This could be the game, and a little bit of the airdrop is going to provide them a bit of the cover as well if things are working in their favor. But right now, TO, they have to revive their fallen comrade, that is Virus. As 52 Esports, they are still shooting in the direction, and from the back lines, even Magnus Esports can also chime in. So TOF is not looking very strong right now. The minute they give the revive to Virus, they have to prioritize the circle. But in the circle, the first player to make an entry is going to be 666 of TmW. He has survived enough.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about, right? If we can get a position 5 or position 4 for his team, that's going to be huge. That's going to be troubling, really, because Star, they're headed at his direction. And he really needs to watch out. Needs to maintain that little bit of cover. But, Star, they're going to be smart. They want to first check if that compound is clear. If they spot any vehicle around, they exactly know what to expect. But for now, I mean, even T20 QWERTY, they've been wiped out from the servers. As 52 Esports, they've had that blessing of the zone. They still do have their players alive. H2E also having really good time. Team Magnus just survived by 3 of the players, maybe? Or is it 2? It's just 2. And now Finisher also getting taken down. That is definitely not good news for them.
And Thor also gets taken down. That means TUF, they are falling down one after the another through the hands of Faulty Devils. Leon takes a hefty damage, but TMW, they have been eliminated somewhere else. And TUF, let's see what's gonna happen. Virus retaliates from the low ground and takes down one of the players. Sad boy out there, but H2E is also doing third party from the backlines.
Oh, they certainly are. And TUF, they have to get inside the circle, and that's going to be such an arduous task. Especially Joker on so low HP, and Assad especially spotting him out. It's going to be so difficult for him to try and get in. And again, you do have 52 Esports right by the edges. And this is where it gets so much more tougher for them. Strollin, the last player surviving for Team Magnus, has been spotted out by Firo. And 52 Esports finally maybe inching in close to get that chicken dinner. In this particular game, they have managed to get the top 6 finish for themselves. As I think the players of the final player, M7 of TMW, may have been finished off. As Rollin just solo man defending against the wrath of 52 Esports, not yet pushing at their direction, but still Rollin gets the better of Psycho at least. Something that I8 could not, but Pain eventually just ends his suffering. Sets him back on his way towards the lobby.
Well, certainly, and the circle takes us the concentric shift, and JD of H2E is still inside the circle, holding on to Wooden Shack, can stop the players of 52 Esports right in the track. Let's see if alone, as a single army, can he deal with the 4 plus of 52, but his grenades might help him out. Right now, he's lobbing smokes to block the vision of 52, but he also realized North Esports are also in the close proximity. Rest of the 3 plus of Team H2E needs to help JD in this situation and find a good spot for themselves inside the circle.
Oh, they certainly have to. I mean, this is going to be such an interesting one. Who gets the better out of the zone? Because H2E, they're trying to close in Team Star. Having spotted out the players of 52 Esports, already sitting at 4 finishes to their name. I mean, a beautiful start. I mean, eventually they kind of ended what they started, right? it is a full circle that did come around. I think M7666 got eliminated by them. So the entire team just getting annihilated by Team Star eventually, as those 4 finishes clearly show, or rather indicate, as to how good Team Star have been really consistent so far. Again, getting that top 4 finish. And again, along with that, H2E as well. Still having all 4 of their players. They certainly are looking so much more better. But 52 Esports now trying to close in. And now the next circle shift is going to determine who's got that upper edge in this fight.
But look at the players of H2E. 1v3 split coming in is not in fact 2v2 split is not helping, as 2 of the players are already being taken down by North Esports, and rest of the 2 players are dealing with the players of 52 Esports. In this situation, that split is not working for H2E, as North Esports got 2 defeat points extra for themselves. But right now, North Esports, they have their eyes onto the players of Team Star as well, who have to move inside the circle. But the question is how they are going to do so, because all the 3 players are keeping an eye on to the 2 players of Team Star with that vehicle. Maybe they can find a cover towards that airdrop, but no, that is not going to happen, as God Fury has been taken down from the moving vehicle.
Oh, he certainly has been. Now, this is where it gets a whole lot more interesting. Now, Honk, the lonesome player, surviving for Team Star. What does he have? Can he surprise us? Does not seem likely, as he's getting hammered from a different direction. I believe it is the players of 52 Esports dishing in all that hurt, all that pain, eventually just to wipe them out from the lobby at the 4th position, as Team 52 Esports inching closer and closer to get that chicken dinner all to themselves. As JD, I mean H2E, they were looking really good up until Max's grenade just came in at Saad and Tarzan, and both of them were just wiped out. Now we know North Esports, they have a fair share of history in Miramar, one of their strongest maps. Is the question over here is, can they reign Supreme Shadow?
Or can 52 Esports take this one in their favor? Because 52, they need those points, and they have the numbers advantage. All the 4 players alive. They have the major real estate of the circle in their control. The 2v2 split they are having might work in their favor, and the grenade that came from the side of Piro took down Maxi, and Zameen might want to help his teammate, as Avenger OP is going for the rescue mission, but the Molotovs might ruin the game of North Esports.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be so much more tougher. A little bit of bridges to play around with, at least for the players of North Esports at this given moment. But this spread from 52 Esports is so amazing. All they've got to do is hold on to their horses, right? Everybody marking their corners. But Avenger trying to create that little bit of a flank angle. Maybe have spotted out 5911, and there you go. Maxi gets that knock, and suddenly 52 Esports, they might be falling apart. One of their players already knocked out, giving enough time for Avenger just to go in and get that finish. But Dread, having been not traded off over here. This is such an interesting situation. Firo also getting taken down. Avenger, he's on a prowl, and JD, he's got to make it inside the circle. He can ruin the party for the players of 52 Esports. Joker in pain, far away from the pack, and now the onus is on North Esports to lose this game.
Avenger OP gets taken down. Might still work for the players of 52 Esports, as Maxi is the last man standing. No, he has his teammate as well, but a little far away, and confirmation are already coming in, and Pain takes down Maxi over there. That means Zameen is the last man standing, because in this situation he can't go for the rescue, he can't revive his teammate, but the single grenade from his side can eliminate the entirety of 52 Esports. But JD comes from the backlines, takes North Esports down.
And somehow he's managed to make his team get into the top 2. But now this is where, we have to draw the line. JD, he's done enough, does not have anything to work around with. No first aids, no grenades, not even a single energy drink. And now he's got to face the wrath of 2 of the players of 52 Esports, or possibly 3. Because now the 3rd player has also, gotten inside the circle, can get that res back on. And 52 Esports could get that chicken dinner that they were so much longing for. And this week has all been about these teams from the bottom of the table to lift it up. And now I think 52 Esports, they have a clear idea of where JD is. It's all about just driving around with the vehicle and just maybe trampling him over.
Yes, certainly that is what Joker is trying to do. So Jerry's position has already been given away, and Payne is already closing the distance. And with that M416, he tried to dish out a lot of damage, but Jerry finally managed to take down Payne over there.
Oh, he certainly did. But Fearoad, look at him. Does have that MG3 the moment it goes on a reload. And the best part is 52 Esports, they have the circle. So JD pretty much giving his life away to the zone, does not want to give that extra elimination point. As 52 Esports, they've managed to get a chicken dinner. 9 eliminations for this team as they slowly but surely creep their way and climb up the ladders. As from that bottom position, getting that 18th is not too bad right now.
Not at all bad. In fact, I didn't expect 52 Esports to come out this way in this week. H2E also, the bottom teams are definitely stepping up, delivering good performance, getting the wins in their hands. And 52 Esports, the 9 elimination points and 15 placement points are definitely going to help them in this week. Maybe they can go for the bonus match as well.
Oh, hopefully. I mean, it's really too early to, to step on the gun right now and call the shots if they can do that. Because again, this was one of those games where they had that circle to themselves right from the very beginning. And all they did was just be patient, wait for that time, They had been coiled up, ready to strike. And once that moment came, they delivered. And this is sort of such a good, interesting week it's turning out to be. I mean, what an amazing start, Getting such teams, getting those chicken dinners for themselves. Sort of kind of Quraysh starting things off. And now it is 52 Esports, and if 52 Esports have a really, really good week number 3, maybe, Bhavna, chances are there we might get to see them in the finals.
The bottom team to step up and perform really good. The way Metershot Sky did hat-trick coming in, but after that this fizzled out. But I want a team to start picking themselves up and keep up the same momentum the entire week.
I would like to do the same, but we're going to talk more about all these teams, but after this short little break.
Hello and welcome, of course, to this wonderful day. Of course, after all, finally, we are here in week number 3. Before we jump in with week 4, which is the grand final, of course. And, of course, I'm going to be joining in with Fixes.
What happened? Why are you so gloomy? Did you have a bad weekend?
Dude. It's been a tough weekend. I wouldn't say bad. It's been a tough weekend. But
I mean,
I've been looking at all the games and honestly, the way it's changed from week 1 to week 2 to now week 3, everything has changed. How aggressive teams are, how beautiful teams are, Fixes. It's all changing, and I'm loving that. I'm loving that for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, of course, especially, the final week, right? Week number 3 coming in, teams like Star, TmwEsports, then we just had 52 Esports getting that chicken dinner, step it up, and sort of makes me really excited for what this week has in store for us, because now, look at the big guns, IA, they're just getting demolished, just ripped apart. Quraysh did not have a good one this time around, and but it was North Esports, H2E again, second consistent map for them, and even the same goes for Team Star. But more than that, 52 Esports, 24 points, and what a start! I mean, this has been the best start I think they've had across all the weeks that they've played, Flutter.
Indeed, actually, because the way they played from week 1, it was almost like you could question, are they on the right track? Are they doing fine? And then finally, it comes down to week 4, and here we are, and they are doing so perfect. And with that, of course, it's a huge thanks to, of course, Oppo for sponsoring and making all this happen, for which, of course, we do have to thank Oppo F21 Pro, for which, of course, we can see the moments that happened throughout the entirety of the game, throughout Miramar. Again, we're talking about teams, I mean I8, we're talking about BABLU, we're talking about other teams who apparently were so good, but now they aren't. They are genuinely, they're not doing that great. And so we have to bring that up as well, Fixes, that yes, they've been good in the past years, but now they're kind of slowing down.
I mean, they have, and it kind of felt like, you know, the old I8 that we kind of have been knowing. Even Team BABLU, I mean, they've kind of been in the thick and thins. The way they've been kind of, you know, engaging in fights and everything. I think they can still do better. But, you know, this games today that we've been having so far has been all about the other teams, right? 52, H2E, North, then you've got Star, Magnus, one of those only teams that has been, you know, somehow has managed to be consistent as ever.
True.
But TUF, boy oh boy, I mean, some really impressive damage numbers being you know, put out there, and the Faulty Devils as well. I mean, they're taking down two of the, in fact, the entire squad of I8, and in fact it was Triple Esports who also chimed in. Two of the players, in fact, let's talk about that. It's not no small feat, but they've managed to achieve that. But as we take a look at the overall rankings, now courtesy to being really consistent, H2E and Team Star, two back-to-back good games, they lie on that first two spots. And 52 Esports, look at that jump right from that 11 places. You know, they've propelled themselves right up towards that third position.
Exactly. When you talk about that jump, 11, that's a lot. That is definitely a lot. Now, again, Fixes, I'll ask you this very simply, that did we expect this?
I mean, I was sort of anticipating, right? There has to be... Pardon?
Did you accept this?
I mean, I kind of expected some team, but this way and these teams, definitely no. And I'm kind of loving it, right? We're all loving all these new teams really stepping it up. And, you know, I've been kind of enjoying myself to the very most. But this is something that is quite stark over here. I8 Esports at the 18th spot.
Honestly,
Freestyle 19, but it's just that one game played. Team BABLU even 2 games played, 8 points. I mean, all these teams really need to buckle up, because next up is what we have is the grand finals, and that's not how you want your big guns to go out.
Exactly, and this is happening in the final week, like before the final week, and it's so like unexpected, of course, but at the same time it's so unappreciated, because what has happened since the start is what we expected. I8 being there, and then there were those that I won't talk and won't even bring up, right? And then suddenly you get to week 3, and then everything changes. And it's like, all right, nobody questioned, nobody expected, nobody could have asked for, and now here we are. So now, for final week, I'll ask you one call. What do you think? What teams, the 16 teams that are going to move on into the final week in the grand final, what teams do you think are going to move on for?
I mean,
or rather, I should rather ask, what teams do you think are not going to move on?
Now that's a tough one. I mean, I'm pretty much going to answer that, but after, you know, maybe day number 2. But right now, we've got even bigger questions to ask, like the prediction. Lakshay, we do see that little bit of a tie, you know, 4-4. And this is something really interesting. Yeah, yes. I mean, for what is going on at this point, I mean, I'm kind of... Who do you think is going to win this one?
See, from week 1, we saw I8 being the one who was up front, and then now we see I8 as the one who's back down. In fact, they're the ones who are at the second lowest level, right?
Yeah.
And so it changes.
On aim.
It's so tough. It's so tough. I think 52 Esports, yeah, they've got a chance. They do have a chance. I think so.
You're going with the back-to-back for 52 Esports?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Honestly, I think so.
You definitely are a believer. I mean, the way they've been playing, I'm pretty sure that's possible. But, you know, I think I somewhere feel that Team Magnus might have what it takes, at least for me, because, you know, Sanhok has always kind of been their strong suit, right? The way this team has been playing.
True.
Or maybe even TmW, because one of those teams that kind of tends to always have those Sanhok games, because now we don't have Group C playing. That is, of course, I8, Metershot Sky, R3D, and PMPL Esports. 4 of these teams, they're going to sit this one out. And it's going to be interesting how these other teams really approach the game. And we do have Group D back into action again, which means Quantum Rage, Grounders, Regicide, and 3X Esports. They're all going to be in the fray. So for me, I think I'm going to go with Team Magnus. And for you, it is 52 Esports. You're going to play the big game.
Yes.
You think they're going to get that back-to-back. And, well, I mean, every time you've done that, somehow it has worked out. Don't ask me how. You've gotten those back-to-back correct predictions. So maybe this could be your point where you get that lead on me. Which I'm
Well,
not
again,
happy about.
success. We'll find out, right? We'll find out.
Yep.
We'll find out if it's the reality or not. If that will happen or not, we'll find out.
We certainly will. We certainly will. I'm just waiting for this match to get started. But, you know, it has been such of an unusual day at work, right? Because right off the bat, we come in Quraysh Esports. The way the circles have been also, you know, panning across, right? It has been going a little towards those western sides. In Erangel, the same thing happened in Miramar. I'm starting to ponder if the situation is going to be the same even in Sanhok as well. But teams are having such tough time to deal with it. And from what we have seen, you know, teams like Star, teams like H2E, they've been pretty much doing one thing, and they've been doing it really well, is respecting the circle. Making sure they're inside the zone every single time. And once they have that spot to themselves, they know how to pick those fights and get those position points at the very least. And as a result of which, they're right now at the top 2. Now, Quraysh Esports, they definitely started off with the chicken. But the second game, they kind of sort of messed it up a little bit. And they're kind of dealing with the brunt of it. But I'm pretty sure it is going to be a very good week, even for Quraysh, as a matter of fact.
Definitely. Now, see, I've been looking at the games from Erangel to the one that happened on Miramar. But at the same time, I'll ask one thing. That yes, questions were asked and questions were raised. At the same time, you also pointed out that there were a couple of things that happened, but in the end, they all changed. From week 1 to week 2, they all changed. So now I honestly question, in week 3, how are they going to change their positions in terms of how they drop, in terms of where they are at, and in terms of what the other teams are going to be doing. So I'm going to see that.
Me too. And that being said, let's just head into the battlegrounds and find for ourselves who are the ones that will reign supreme, at least in this very treacherous map of Sanhok. As we take a look, I mean, it's T20 QWERTY again dropping at their bootcamp area, Regicide around those ruins. And Quantum Rage around those southern areas is where they find themselves to be at as the Grounders. They have the top left, and the North Esports, the Grounders, you know, we've seen them heading over to that western island all the time. But it's going to be interesting because it's a hybrid circle, right? And it's not kind of completely surrounding that entire western island. So there are very less chances that the circle might just be, you know, ending up at the western side. So it could go down south. There is chance it could go up north. But, I mean... it's going to be an interesting game, but for what we have in front of us, TmW and Star, again for Team Star, some early battles over here, Blotter. And God Fury, I do not know if he's prepared for it.
Well. The best part about this is the fact that TmW has been awarded with this perfect circle, and at the same time, now they need to understand and also convert, not only understand, but convert the entirety of the circle into their favor, because they're going up against Team Star. Now, Team Star is one of those teams which has beautifully converted the first blood situation in their favor. Now, we'll have to find out if Team Star or TMW, who is going to be the one who can get this first opportunity, the first blood situation, the first elimination possibility. Who is going to be the one who can make it happen for themselves? Now, again, from this fight, we can clearly see that TMW is the one who is trying their level best, but at the same point of time, TmwEsports is the one who is making it all happen for themselves. But again, Fixes, I'll ask you this. Because according to me, I think TMW, they're trying their level best, but TMW is the one that understands this situation a little better, just a little better.
I mean, at this point, it's all about the waiting game, I really feel. Because,
Yeah, true. Exactly.
it's all about the angles, man. Because Reaper just cannot instantly dash upon God Fury because you've got Hunk watching out for him. It's all about who gets that first opening. And TMW, they're certainly making those first moves, right? Look at M7. He's just slowly but surely creeping in. But God Fury, he's gotten himself out of this compound. Does have the Vector with him. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with it. God Fury, still prone in. And this is not a good thing for both these teams because kind of delaying their time to loot. And this doesn't work out well.
Exactly. Especially on the map of Sanhok, you know for a fact that it's a very, very, very small map, and you need to be able to capitalize in the earlier moments of the game itself. And that is where you need to capitalize on how much you're able to loot, which is where TMW tried their level best, but at the same time, Team Star was right around the corner, and so therefore they were not able to do so. Now, of course, we've got a perfect situation where indeed TUF, a third party capitalization, is what is happening, where indeed TUF is bringing in the perfect points for themselves.
Oh, they certainly are. And now God Fury, he's being pushed upon, this time by two of the players who are in tandem. Oh, God Fury could have gotten that knock. But now, maybe M7 and Reaper have a slight idea from where that came from. Now Reaper, even after getting burnt apart, M7 finally realizes the position of God Fury, just takes a leap and takes him down. And had he connected that grenade, this could have completely changed the tides of this battle. Two of their players of TMW could have been taken down, but Reaper finally gets himself back to optimum HP as we have another fight. That's Team BABLU going up against Regicide.
Wow, indeed. I mean, again, we've been talking about this when it comes down to Sanhok, when it comes down to being a part of third party. Now, this is fourth party, fifth party. And in all of that, now we've got BABLU, who from a different direction altogether are bringing in a different fight altogether, for which nobody was ready for. And now we'll have to see if Team BABLU can capitalize in all of this, because again, for viewers, Team BABLU is the one that everybody has been waiting for, but we'll have to see that if they can capitalize on this situation or not. If they can, of course, they know exactly where the opponents are, but at the same time, they'll have to now get the perfect trajectory and get that confirmed for themselves into a point, because we spoke about the elimination point, which is every single kill that you get, you will be awarded 1 point. Now, that is something that TmW as well as BABLU has the opportunity for. Now, TmW already has that 1 point opportunity, which is going to be theirs. But at the same time, we'll have to see if at all we can, find out a possibility for the opponent team to capitalize and convert that into a point for themselves. We'll have to see that. Right now, of course, it's only 7 minutes in the game, but 7 minutes on the map of Sanhok is already too much.
Indeed. I mean, no complaints there, because the way things started off, I really felt, we're going to see more out of these teams, but they're all kind of sort of aligning themselves around the center. Just trying to get those perfect positions to themselves. And 3x, TUF, even as a matter of fact, Team BABLU, they've left Painan, and they've taken control over the hills just around those southern areas of boot camp. It's going to be interesting. That's where they got the better out of the players of Team Regicide, though. But for now, I mean, the way things are going on, Quraysh and Quantum Rage, a little bit closer to each other, but it is all about those cluster developing around that central area, around where QWERTY are. But I really feel, teams like TUF and Magnus have really good spot, because if only it goes towards that eastern side, sticks to that mainland, then they are going to be the ones getting the chicken dinner. Because Blotter, let's be honest, right? Every single time the circles kind of, goes towards that area, and it is the map of Sanhok, and if you do have the center, you have such a huge advantage.
Well, let's find out. Let's see. If at all, because I'm looking at the map, I'm looking at the circle, and Fixes, what do you think? Because I honestly wanted to go towards Camp Alpha, but what do you think? Where should it go? Because right now in front of us is the fight, and based on the fight, everything is happening on the main island itself. Where indeed right now in front of us is of course 52 Esports. So where do you want it to go?
I mean, I really want the circle. I mean, at this point, I want it to go south. I'm not gonna be lying. I want the circle to go somewhere around maybe Tambang, because let's be honest, we haven't seen such circle, and again putting us into the mix, still scratching my heads as to where the circle is gonna end, because North Esports, they've got a good spot going on for themselves, but only if the circle ends at that western island. And if it does not, they're gonna have such a tough time, because there are gonna be teams like, let's say, TmW that would want to occupy those northern warehouses around boot camp, and they're gonna get the job done. Maybe try to restrict their entry inside the circle, or maybe North Esports want to make some movement. Of course, they've gotten in Zameen though, IGL, and he wasn't playing for the majority of the times, but looks like we have got a fight on our hands. Team Magnus against the Faulty Devils as finisher did get a shot onto himself, but now he's gonna respond back with a grenade of his own. The big question is, does it connect properly? Or maybe not. Well, Styler did take some hefty amount of damage though, but has certainly managed to heal himself up.
Indeed he was. And with that, we've got TFT. One of those teams that was not making perfect opportunities for themselves, pushing on towards a team that has been the best in week 2, and right now they're going up against Magnus, where we do of course see Magnus right in front of TFT, as TFT tries to make it possible, tries to get the perfect possession for themselves. But at the same time, we also need to keep in mind that this is the map of Sanhok. where we do need to understand that there's always going to be an opportunity for another team to be able to capitalize, which is of course based on a third party situation, which is what we are seeing right now as team H2E brings in a perfect squad fire from themselves, and they are able to get the point for themselves because team H2E was not ready for any of it. And now this is something that...
Oh god. Look at the faulty devils. Styler.
Exactly right, TFT, they just did not know.
Certainly did not. Oh, gets knocked out. And TFT, I mean, this is what happens, you know, when you sort of take engagement in precarious situations as such, right? You are prone to battles from everywhere, and that marks the end for Sad Boy as he gets removed, eliminated out from the lobby. As now, Team Magnus, I mean, they for sure have heard the shots, but now they're getting shot at by another team, and it is fight happening left, right, and center around this map as Dread also falls down. Grenade goes in. Of course, Faster does want to get that finish. At the same time, Team Magnus, they need to watch out for the players of 52 Esports because they're just right behind them and they could inflict some hefty amount of damage.
Of course they can. Now it's all based on how much can somebody understand in terms of their surrounding, and how much can they understand in terms of where they're at. Now again, this is the map of Sanhok, so therefore they need to be so much careful about where they are approaching and also where they are moving. Now right now, of course, on our screens we can see that Magnus is the one in control, and team H2E, even though they were the ones who got the first knock and the first elimination, now we'll have to see if team Magnus, with all numbers advantage, can they convert this fight into their hands or not. We'll have to see that.
Of course. We say,
For now,
I mean,
team H2E is the one that is at the receiving end, but at the same time, Fixes, we've seen this, that a team that's at the receiving end can also respond very practically and very honestly. They can convert the entire situation for themselves. But we'll have to see if team H2E can do that or not.
it's gonna be interesting for sure. I mean, the way things are going on, finally we're kind of witnessing that a little bit of an inclination of the circle towards that southern side, right? Regicide are in a real good position to fight this one out. You know, they can stop those teams, even the kind of a junction point that they're holding on. But look at JD just getting the better out of finisher, or maybe not. Oh my goodness, how on earth did he pull that one off? JD, I've got to raise questions. How on earth could he mess that one up? I mean, it was finisher just charging at his direction blindly. And still, Magnus seemed to come out through Lakshay. I cannot really, you know, process what I just witnessed.
See, that's the beauty of a team that you never anticipated to be the one that will be able to do everything. And now right here, we do see, of course, team H2E, Assad, being the one who's going to be able to eliminate the possibility of Magnus to move on forth. But again, look at that. We've got 14 teams remaining and Team Magnus still has all 4 players surviving. Now, of course, we do have one of the players, Finisher, going down. They're all in the blues, but they're still standing.
They surely are. Look at this. Assad just finding the better out of Faster. Somehow still kind of bobs and weaves, dodges all those bullets, but we know Faster, he is on a whole different level right now. All he needs to do is administer that healing, but he realizes, and there you go. It was all a bait for Faster. Just baited the last player, Assad, and Team Magnus. What a run. They've been having Lakshay just, you know, kind of taunting their enemies into thinking They're at their weakest, and once they do that, they capitalized, managed to get the better out of it as 52 Esports, winners of the chicken dinner. Last game, let's see what they're up to, because they've really closed in on T20 QWERTY, but now this is where the fight could also begin. But M7 spotting out Joker, Molotov at his direction, not really connecting though. But it is the third circle, they still can afford to take a fight, but now just stepping out of cover. M7 is taking some hefty amount of damage, needs to administer that first aid, and same has to be said for Joker as well, as Gravity getting the better out of Firo, as 52 Esports, they're just falling apart one by one.
Indeed, they are. As we move on forth from one fight to another, we do have, of course, T20 QWERTY, the one in front of our screens, where they are taking on fights and they are trying to dominate. But again, we'll have to see if they can do it or not. Because again, we talk about T20 QWERTY is one of those teams that we wanted to make things happen for. But right now, in week 3, they've been a little shy.
Oh yeah. No questions whatsoever. But you know, again, Magnus, now they've gotten so much on their plate that they're starting to lose out on numbers. And this is the only problem I feel, Akshay, that you eventually face when you have too much to chew. And you can't really bite all of that, as pain somehow inflicting a lot of pain, as TUF trying to get the better out of the players of Team BABLU, as one of them is knocked out, as Joker, he's trying to build out angles to take them down, as even Dani falls. And well, there you go. Finishes are definitely there. Thor, somehow, you know, those grenades being cooked up could get lobbed in any given moment. Zidbian might be in a whole different situation, as Pan, he needs to hold the fort.
Indeed, he has to. And with that, we move on from one team to another, where BABLU is the one who are, of course, being hammered on upon. And hammered on upon means that Team BABLU, they tried their level best. They were, honestly, in week 3, doing so perfect. But right now, from every single direction, they've no control. They have no control. And looking at the map itself, where we do see North Esports, the Grounders, T20 QWERTY, as well as you talk about the center, where Quantum Rage is the one who is doing so perfectly well. They just need to push on forth, and they need to be the one who need to be able to control the entirety of this circle for now. But we'll have to see if they can or not, because from the other side, there are so many other teams who are the ones who are in control.
Oh god. 3x Esports. I mean, Lakshya, to be honest, I mean, they're on a roll at this point. The way they've been playing, but TUF, they seem relentless as well, just losing out on Joker. But now there you have it, T20 QWERTY also being eliminated, and Quraysh in such a pristine position. At this point, you know, having all 4 of their players alive, I kind of expected, wanted rather, for the zone to go towards Tambang, but eventually it went around Ruins, and I'm really happy about it, because honestly, it's been a while since we had this kind of a circle, but this could be anybody's game, right? Quantum Rage having such a good spot to themselves, same goes for Quraysh, as the Grounders, they're trying to swim their way through. I do not know if that's the smartest of idea, especially in this particular map, but Regicide, I think they are a men on the mission, just trying to kind of avert the incoming players of Team North Esports to their direction. So let's see what they're up to. But now 3x closing in, inching on that gap against Quantum Rage. Now this is going to be really, really interesting. But
True
there you
indeed.
have it.
True indeed.
Yep.
Where indeed we do have 10 teams remaining. 10 teams remaining, and in front of us, of course, we do have Quraysh Esports, who are trying their level best. Now again, you talk about the zone, they are at the edge of the zone, and they are trying their level best to be able to push on forth to get into. But at the same time, they know exactly where their opponents are, and the opponents that we talk about, they do have TG, the grounders, in front of them. And that is exactly what they are trying to control. But can they do it? We're still seeing that. We've only got 9 teams remaining. It is a very tough conversion for the grounders as well.
It certainly is. I mean, the way they're taking those fights, now the grounders, such a tough time for these lads. Just survived by one player. It's never ideal to take the waterways, right? You're just gonna get shot like a fish in the barrel. But for now, I mean, the way things are looking at this given moment, I think, Lakshay, your wishes can be true, because Quraysh Esports, they certainly are on their way to get that back-to-back. I mean, the way they've been performing, but for now, Miracle is getting the better out of the players of Quantum Rage, Tantanatan, also being dealt with as 3x. They have also showed a really valiant display of efforts. But now, for Regicide, they took their time to enter inside the circle. Now, this is sort of being their Achilles heels at this point. You know, Baz is smoking off those areas before he tries and enters in. But Quraysh Esports, they've got all their corners checked. Money is just on the sidelines, having a flank angle, but from the backlines, it is gonna be Goku who just wipes them both out with a spray of his M4. And for now, we just have 5 teams remaining, out of which a lot of them have resorted for a healing battle.
Indeed, it's a very, very difficult conversation, where indeed we do have only 5 teams remaining, but at the same time, the 5 teams that are remaining, talk about their success, where from first week to third week, the conversion that has happened between how these teams are fighting and how this group is converting the fight amongst themselves, it is so difficult to predict, because right now we've got 4 teams, and in front of us, nobody in first week would have predicted that these are the teams that would have been the ones who will stay on their feet. Right now, we do have Quraysh Esports, 3x, the Grounders, as well as FX, of course. But could anybody have predicted? No, of course not, because nobody knew as to what was going to happen. But right now, the best part is the fact that Quraysh, 3x, as well as FX are the ones who are the teams remaining on Sanhok in front of us. Where indeed we do have Quraysh Esports with a 4-man army. In fact, correction, they're with a 3-man army, and in front of them is only 3x, who's a 1-man team. That's all.
That is it. I mean, inching in very close, Lakshay, to that 5, and Quraysh Esports to the second chicken dinner of the evening. And this is exactly what we want. Quraysh Esports, such a amazing effort. And there you go, get that final finish. And with that, the winner chicken dinner coming to Quraysh Esports, the way they've played, now have themselves established at the 3rd position. These guys are definitely having a Cinderella story. And what a run have these lads been on. 12 eliminations for themselves. And that 3rd position. This is all they need at this point. What a game was it, Blotter. I mean, it was the circle constantly taking a shift down towards the southern side. And, well,
True.
let's see.
True. Indeed. The way they controlled the circle, the way they were all over the place, the way they were able to convert that into a game for themselves, along with all of that, a 12 elimination chicken dinner is, again, I mean, you talk about that. See, it's so tough to talk about what happened in week number 1 to week number 3, because it's a very big difference in terms of how these teams have been able to improve themselves and convert themselves into what they were doing and what they are right now. It is something that nobody nobody could have anticipated. Definitely.
Certainly. I mean, Quraysh Esports, it's they're living the life, man. Something that we all would
True,
want to,
man.
because you
True.
know this takes a lot of efforts, a lot of sacrifices, and everything, to get here. And these lads have certainly done that in style, and I'm loving every bit of it. And that being said, what an amazing game of Sanhok it was. I mean, especially the way
Indeed.
things started off. Star TmW fighting it out, and just kept on going till the point, we had so many of those fights. Even Team Magnus getting a lot of those finishes during those mid phases, but eventually had a lot on their plate. I mean, it was too much to handle, and got taken down. And not just that, Lakshay, it was Quraysh Esports who respected the circle. Were anticipating that certain team, did not let anybody close in. There were teams like the Grounders who resorted, to healing battles. But with that being said, it was such a great matchup. And with that, let's just head in for a short little break. We'll be right back after this.
Hello and welcome, of course, to right here at PMPL of Pakistan, where indeed 2022 continues on fourth. But this time around, you're talking about the MVP. Well, we've got that in front of our screens, where Mani from Quraysh Esports is the one who's the MVP with 5 eliminations, 895 damage to his name, and joining me along is going to be none other than Shadow.
Well, yes, certainly Blotter, 895 damage and 5 eliminations. But look at the healing done also. 45 healing done. That means he was not receiving too much damage. In fact, he was dishing out damage. In fact, too much damage, because he's the player to be focused on. He's the MVP. Along with him, the players we need to focus on are going to be Hasni from his own team with 3 elims in his favor and 678 damage. And we have Regicide was also with 3 eliminations, and TmW M7666, the guy who survived for very long in the map of Miramar and got good placement points for his team. And he is also the MVP this time in the match of Sanhok. But looking at the match ranking, we have Quraysh Esports with total of 27 points and total 12 eliminations. That means a very good performance coming from their side. 3x also finally stepping up in this particular kind of map with 17 points in their favor. Magnus Esports, not too many elims in their favor, but total of 10 points in their favor. But talking of freestyle this time, relying only on the placement points, that is going to be total of 10 points, standing on the 4th position. Regicide standing on the 5th position with total of 9 points. On the bottom we have Star, NES, BABLU, TFD. But looking at the damage graph, let's see, this team was the one who was doing all the work with the weapon, and that was certainly Quraysh Esports with 1881 damage dished out, 12 defeat points in their favor. On the other side, 3x was also dishing out a lot of damage. Reggie's side is a team who is having a very high tower in the damage graph, close to 1471 damage they were dishing out, but only 7 eliminations were converted. So 7 points to them. North Esports, not a good performance. Bablu, Sanhok is not their strongest map, so no complaint. But Team Star, this time, not a good performance. But H2E, well, H2E is impressing me today, the way they are performing. And 52 Esports, this time also having 5 elimination, 4 elimination respectively in their favor, and good damage they have been dishing out.
Indeed.
So this is definitely a team to look out for. And Quadi also this time close to 1000 damage and 3 eliminations in their favor.
Oh yeah, I mean certainly. I mean the way they've been playing, I was really impressed, right? Especially with Quraysh Esports getting that back-to-back chicken dinner. I mean, what a gameplay they've been having and they've been showcasing, but nothing taken away from H2E. I mean, they've still been, decent at the very least. But Quraysh, look at the lead that they've gotten for themselves, Bhavna. I mean, this is really impeccable, and this is a whole different story, right? Most of these teams that we see at the first page are usually the names that come in the second, and this is where it gets so much more interesting. And I like it. I love this, what's happening, the kind of a change that we are witnessing, right? And yeah, I mean, this is lovely to watch, because now this is week number 3 and this is where it gets so much more exciting.
Well, certainly becoming exciting because the overall ranking of the total match, Quraysh Esports, they are standing on the 3rd spot or somewhere. At least they are in the top 5, and I8, if they don't step up, well, their spot is being contested because I8 only 2 points in their favor. This is something we didn't anticipate at all from their side. Well, this is the 4th match, and 4 is a lucky number for Team I8 because every single time in the 4th match they have got good points, so they better perform this time because otherwise some other team is ready to contest their spot.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm starting to wonder what could happen, right? What has happened to all these big teams, and at this given moment, we have 2 more games remaining. This is where it gets all the more exciting, because right now, yes, these big names, they've been put out, and then suddenly we're getting all these other names coming up, and this completely changes the entire dynamics of how this week number 3 has been panning out for us. And Miramar and Erangel, like we said, teams from Group B, Quraysh, TUF, H2E, TmW. Well, I mean, this is amazing, right? Especially when, we're least anticipating these teams to come in and perform at such a grand level. And at times like this, somewhere down the line, kind of lingers me into thinking that maybe it is that, it's kind of all over for us attitude, where you kind of tend to show your true colors. And wow, what a gameplay, what a display by these lads, and I'm really excited. And this brings us to our next point, Bhavna, predictions. Lakshay has gotten one right already.
He always gets, you and Lakshay, you always get your predictions correct, but this time, talking about Miramar, I8 and Magnus are the teams that have always been topping. Other than them, I think I should go with QWERTY. Yeah, QWERTY Esports, maybe.
You're going for T20 QWERTY? I mean, at this point...
Okay, no, I'll
right.
change. I'm going with Team BABLU, sorry.
Alright, you're going to stick to Team BABLU. Alright, yeah. It is BABLU and Miramar. And I kind of want us... Alright, so I would have initially gone with Quraysh or maybe TUF, but with this one, I kind of feel more like Magnus again. I think Magnus is what I'm feeling, and maybe they can get me that 5th because Lakshay has taken that lead, and that is something that I do not like at all. And well, I mean, at this given point, right, it's been a long day going so far, and at least, I kind of expect this game of Miramar to be a little bit different, because I want the circle to be different for starters, of course. We did have that little different circle where Quraysh eventually just managed to come up on top, and it has all been about this time, all those 3 matches that we did cast was all about all these teams having the center of the circle to themselves and respecting it, and have managed to secure the chicken dinner. So right now, the kind of a transition of the style of play or the meta has clearly been around the centers. I mean, there is yet to be one of those teams that comes in and takes a circle from the edges and wins a chicken dinner. That hasn't really happened yet. So I'm kind of excited, or rather curious, to see if that happens this time around or not.
Maybe give chicken dinner to a team that has been picking up a lot of fights, who has all been in the thick and thin of the action, is in the major, maybe where major congestion is, they survive and make their way inside the circle and get a winner chicken dinner. Because from week 1 we have been witnessing the team that has been picking so many fights, because of the numbers disadvantage, they are not able to get that win. So maybe this time let's give them a win.
let's give them a win. I mean, well, team, like you said, you've been going for Team BABLU. I've gone for Magnus, and I feel Magnus can do it. I think they've got what it takes. As now the fourth match of Miramar begins, and a flight path trajectory all the way from Valdemar towards Torre Hamuda, and kind of completely dissecting the map into two halves. And this is where Team BABLU, they're gonna take their usual drop at Valdemar. I don't think they want to change it out. So let's see, North Esports, what are they up to? And that being said, kind of dropping down at Los Leones. Nothing really changes.
They have been dropping around Los Leones or towards the southern side of Los Leones, but this time I8 is not in the picture, I think. So let's see which team. Oh, they are. This group is playing. I8 is definitely there. So Los Leones is still belonging to the team of I8, and North Esports is a team that is co-sharing that Los Leones southern area, the outskirts of Los Leones. Triple Esports again going towards the side of Impala, but TUF is not there. So Team BABLU, they are in a 2v2 split. Two of the players still inside Chumacera, two of the players in Valle del Mar, and the circle is going not exactly northern, it's a concentric circle.
It certainly
With-
is.
Yeah.
And the way things are going on. T20 QWERTY right at the center of where the map is. 3x around that Picado area, just northwestern side. We've seen that huge splits coming in from their sides. And Freestyle and Team Magnus. Well, Team Magnus especially just having surrounded the players of FS. It's going to be interesting to see what they're up to.
Certainly going to be interesting because look at the northern side towards the side of Water Treatment. Three teams are present. 52 Esports is there. Team Star is there. Towards the southern side, the players of QWERTY are also there. So maybe we can see a early fight breaking out towards the side of Water Treatment. What looks like 52 Esports, they are not in a mood for an early fight or an early casualty or maybe anything at this stage, because they are heading towards the side of La Cobreria. I think a smart decision to go for the resources, to go for the loot, and then pick up the fight on the northern side. Although we have the players of Quantum Rage as well, spread out little, but still little far away from Team Star and Metershot Sky. So that means nothing major happening on the screen right now. No fight is gonna break out anytime soon because all the teams are enjoying the safety of or the residency of their own drop location. But Team BABLU, the 2v2 split, this is something interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team BABLU, it's this time they're kind of trying different things around, and for all the good reasons, right? Especially when TUF, they're not in the lobby, they've got that extra avenue to get that extra loot coming in, and then the rotation also kind of helps in, the timing kind of changes, so that really helps though. But for now, I mean, T20 QWERTY, the way they've been playing, I think I'm kind of anxious to see what can they pull off in this particular game, because right now, just sitting over at San Martin, and haven't really made their presence felt, to be honest. And now this comes down to a point, we've seen those initial early fights that QWERTY has been taken, which kind of I like it. I mean, I won't say I haven't been a huge fan of it, but what I feel the major problem has been is their timing, or rather the entry inside the circle. It's always pretty late. It's always pretty clustered when they kind of try to go in, where we're kind of seeing this little transition, like we discussed, when teams are around the center, they benefit the most. And now, dropping down at San Martin, now this is somewhere the epicenter of the circle, and this is where they can really, really capitalize from.
Yes, certainly. In fact, the reason could be defending the center position inside the circle is not so easy because so many teams are trying to contest this very same compound you're holding. So defending it itself becomes a very big challenge, and if you are able to do so, you're already in the best of the best position to go for the win. But right now in the center, we have the players of Team Star who are again in a 2v2 split. Two of the players, not exactly center, I'll say, but yeah, two of the players towards the side of Hacienda, Gravity, 40 still in the close proximity. At this time they are not leaving the safety of the Los Leones. That is a good thing because last Miramar they left Los Leones, two of the players, and they were taken on pretty early by the team of Magnus. This time they are sticking together, they're prioritizing the zone, they're respecting the circle, but they also need to be careful because North Esports might walk in their territory.
Oh, they certainly can. And but you know, on most occasions, they really haven't, right? And it's just not the first time that we've seen. Like you know, these teams kind of give each other that room and space. They don't really budge in each other's affairs. It's all about rotating inside the circle. Now, taking a look at how things are, it's been sort of a silent affair so far. Not much happening. The Faulty Devils, however, they're closing in on 3x. Now, this could be a fight that we could really witness from around here. And I8, well, let's see. 3x, what they're up to. TFT right in front of them. Oh, sad boy. He's been spotted out. Miracle. He might just lob a nade at Sad Boy's direction. And there you go. Shots coming in from the Pharaoh Fray. As Rafe, he gets knocked down and finished off. As Miracle, he's also getting taken down. And, well, trades coming in from both the sides as Tyrant could get spotted out. But right now, he has some cover.
Well, certainly has little bit cover and has to work around that cover, but 3x Esports, they have lost one of the player, Miracle, and Miracle is one of the player from their side who has been showcasing a very good performance, but trying to find some confirmation onto Rafe as well. TFD and 3x again locking horns with each other, and both sides are losing out on the plus. This is not something they were anticipating, and he just survived. He took a hefty damage from the side of Faulty Devils. Now he needs to heal up really fast, and Kratos can be the game changer, but Mary has his vehicle already ready, and 3x Esports, they are not going to repeat the same mistake of the first Erangel. This time they are trying, they will try and find an escape from the situation.
Oh yeah, they will certainly, for sure, as the Faulty Devils. Sad boy, he's kind of knocked out. I mean, the question is if he's going to get down so that Styler could get that revive onto him. But for 3x, oh, there you go. No trouble whatsoever. But 3x might make a move. We've been talking about this, and this is a fight for the King of the Hill situation, right? You would want to have that high altitude area all to yourself so that you can spot out every, you know, team just rotating around, have their spots spinned out so that you can plan what your next move is. And of course, considering it's kind of around the center of the circle, I mean, I really do not mind this.
Well, certainly. When you're in the center in a good position, you can afford to pick up a fight. But last time when 3x Esports picked up a fight, they were taken down pretty early. But this time, yes, they are in a better spot. They are in a better position. There are ridges and terrains to work around with as compared to Erangel map. But Tyrant, he has a lot of information. He has his teammates who can back him up right now with his mini. He's waiting for Leon OP to peek his head. And the minute he's going to do so, Tyrant with that mini is going to make sure that he lands the perfect headshot. But from the backlines, saw the players of Quality as well lingering nearby. Gravity is there, so that means a third party situation can happen at this point, and the zone is going to close in a matter of 4 seconds.
Oh yeah, the game certainly will close in, but the Faulty Devils right at the center of the circle as T20 QWERTY, I mean, still just holding on as BABLU, they're kind of rotating in from that southwestern side. Maybe would take that western highway. I would not really be surprised. But they'll have to take or rather engage in a few of those fights. Taking a look at the map feed, we can see that eastern cluster kind of being piled up. Team Magnus also trying to get inside the circle, but Freestyle also have really good position to contend. And I was expecting to see a lot out of Freestyle, but haven't really gotten the opportunity for that. As now, Sad Boy still just hiding. that slight little corner of a rock. 3x seem to have just, let him be. They don't have any monkey business around him. He can live for all he wants. Maybe they would want to take him down eventually later on, because now it's all about focusing on the objectives. But no, Tyrant, as he was trying to retreat, it is Leon from the backlines taking shots at his direction, and now the fight is again resumed from where we left off.
Certainly, fight is prolonging for a long time, and the way the circles are shifting, they need to find a good as well. But maybe things will work in their favor. But looking at the track record of Miramar of 3x Esports, week number 2 was still in their favor, not so heavily. Week number 1, they were not able to get so many points in this map. So I can't say this is one of their strongest maps. But certainly, right now, they are a little stubborn on picking this fight, and so are the players of 40 Devils as well. But Magnus Esports, they are making their rotation inside the circle. This time, Magnus is taking things a little slow, because they are going for the late rotation. North Esports again heading the same path from the southern side. So I think Magnus, North Esports are also looking pretty good, but Magnus Esports, yes, Miramar certainly, in fact, every single map is their forte, because Magnus has been dominating the lobby in every single game.
Oh, they certainly have been. I mean, every single game, at least they've managed to rack up quite some hefty amount of finishes, even despite the fact that they get eliminated, let's say around those mid games or towards those late mid games. They still somehow managed to get 8-9 finishes. And last time I think around 4 or 5, but whatever, they get a lot of finishes. That is one thing that we can be certain about. And SLR, after a long while, we do see someone, wielding my favorite DMR. Well, apart from the MK14, I mean, one that's available on the land on the normal loots right now for Kratos. All we can see him does have that high ground advantage, as Team 40 Devils decided to take a different recourse this time, heading back to concrete covers, have some compounds to themselves, despite the fact that the circle has not rotated the way they would have wanted. But as things go, let's see what these lads are up to. As T20 QWERTY, well, kind of a silence has taken over, a little bit of a spread. Gravity, look at his position. And this lad especially has been doing so much. Voltrox in the meanwhile spraying down all those lead at 5911, but he is too far at this given moment, and this is the shift that we're talking about. And look at that migration that will be incoming from that southern and the southwestern side. So many teams just trying to rotate in quickly, and R3D, they want to make some quick work of it, and the same goes for Metershot Sky as well. But as of Magnus and North Esports, and even for I8, it's going to be such a tough task getting inside the zone.
And for my prediction also, Team BABLU, who are trying to move inside the circle from the side of Power Grid, Reggie side, 52 Esports, 3x, so many teams are present that can stop them in their tracks. But yes, Team Star, they are in a very good spot, but Khan, I'm worried about him. He's so far away from his teammates who might be engaging in a multiple fights, and they are right now doing so. They are engaging with the players of Reggie side who are going for the rotation. On the other side, Reggie side, Noki, has been taken down because of a vehicle explosion. Let's see if his teammate is nearby to go for the revival or a raise onto him, because 52 is also in the close proximity. On the other side, 40 Devils, North Esports, now they are locking horns with each other, and North Esports definitely losing out onto their players.
Oh yeah, and at this point, Sue getting knocked out. Now this is where T20 QWERTY have to make those hard decisions if they want to really engage in this fight. But seems like Khan is all by his lonesome. He's kind of stuck. And at this point, what does he do to have himself out of the situation? Look at Sensi2's position. I mean, if we can spot out Khan, get a little bit ahead, maybe, then that could change it all. But for now, I mean, Khan's barrel is definitely going to be visible if Sensi2 comes a little bit more closer. But at this point, QWERTY would be anticipating, or rather hoping, that the grounders get shot from the backlines, and if that happens, that is going to be really impactful for this game, as Gravity, deciding to try and rotate inside the circle, has taken some hefty amount of damage with his buggy, but still somehow manages to survive, make it into safety. But Team T20 QWERTY, they really need to unite at this point. They really need to group up, because if they do not, one by one they might get isolated, and the twigs might be broken for their squad, and nothing shall remain as Magnus have faster knocked out. Such a tough entry inside the circle, and this is what we were talking about. Now they have to deal with the brunt of it.
Well, certainly, Finisher is trying to go a little north, and in the north we have the players of Triple Esports as well, like you mentioned. But right now, Reggie's side, yes, they tried to dish out a lot of damage onto the players of QWERTY over there, but Khan, all he had to do was buy some time because his teammates was trying to regroup with him, provide him the necessary backup that he needed against the side of team grounders over there. But what they didn't realize is the placement or the position of Reggie side also in this very same compound. But somewhere else, Freestyle Zarbaf with that Impo 16 is trying to dish out a lot of damage onto the moving players of Team Magnus, and they have received a lot of damage. I don't know how Magnus is going to come out from this situation, because in the northern side we have Triple Esports also, and we have the players of Metershot Sky as well. So they are kind of stuck. They have to bite this bullet. They have to pick this fight. But Faster is trying to save his vehicle as Zarbaf was trying to blow up some or flatten some tires.
I think he certainly could have. At least that is what his intentions were. But for now, I mean, the shift kind of completely favoring the lads of R3D. They've got such a prime position, and maybe now it is their game to lose. They've got all 4 of their players alive. And T20 QWERTY, such a tough time to get inside the circle as Regicide spotting out the grounders. Mr. Black just surviving with a sliver of HP as Voltrux, he's been spotted out, and Baz this time does not miss this one as he manages to take down Voltrux and Gravity. Let's see, what is he up to as the vehicle has been bursted out. Regicide making good work out of the players of Team QWERTY. But this is where the trouble still arises for teams like BABLU, 3x, I8, even for the likes of Freestyle and Magnus this time. Still trying to get inside the zone, but the big question is, can they? With the amount of time remaining, because slowly but surely the circle is gonna close in and they need to find some safe cover. And the only entry point I can see is from that northwestern side. But that comes down to the point that if someone really anticipates, or if someone is going to be taking those risks, those big maneuvers, as Magnus have already Zen finished off, courtesy to Thug. As finisher, he needs to heal himself up. But before that happens, a grenade not being thrown in the manner that Thug wanted will miss the second one. Nervy butterfingers and finisher. Oh, this is hilarious.
Not hilarious for Magnus, definitely, because they are losing out on their players. They have already lost 2 players, and now, right now, Faster, he has spotted down one of the players, Psycho, who has a little bit cover of the ridge, not helping the case of Faster, because Faster needs to knock out Psycho as soon as possible if they want to survive and if they want to move further away in the circle. But in the close proximity, they have the players of Team Star as well, and Freestyle are also coming from the back line, and the compound they are holding on to. But somewhere Quantum Rage are picking the players of 3x Esports one after another, and 3x Esports becomes the first team to be eliminated in the map of Miramar, the second Miramar of the day. And somewhere else, finisher of Magnus Esports has also been taken down, but they were in the compound, so that means easy rescue mission might be coming in anytime soon. But Susanna having spotted on Zarbaf, let's see if we can take him down.
Well, let's see. It's going to be an interesting one. Osama knocking out Zarbaf at this given moment. That's a beautiful one. As Freestyle, such tough entries inside the zone. And this is where the Faulty Devils also have to make their way in. As I8, they're being finished off outside the circle. And Regicide, they are being the Grim Reapers, not even letting them enter inside the zone. We have been talking so much about how many of these teams are playing around the center of the zone and how much it is favoring them. R3D still clear of any threats really bothering them. Look at their position right at the heart, as again the circle playing its tricks, taking it a shift all the way up north. And now this is going to be an absolute bloodbath as Team Star keep on pincering the players of Team Freestyle till the point they have eliminated them out of the server.
Certainly, they want to eliminate them, and Goku with that UMP-45 finds a knock onto Leon OP over there, and Styler also hits the ground. Sad Boy is the last man standing, and the Smokes is helping him out for now, but the minute Smokes are going to disappear, he's being exposed not just to one player, of 4 players of Quantum Rage, and Tanatan finally eliminates him, and PFD has been eliminated at 14th position. Quantum Rage looking very good, 7 defeat points already in their favor, but right now the circle has taken a northern shift. That means Metershot Sky 52 and R3D, they are reaping the benefits of the circle.
Oh, they certainly are. And, Quantum Rage at this point, are outside the blue. As Usama does take down Sirius in the process. Will finish him off as Tantanatan also getting wiped down. Senior, however, he's gonna try and get the rest back up. As Quantum Rage, well, I don't think they have any choice at this point. Zameen getting spotted out, but just twists and turns and gets that beautiful knock onto its Goku. As God Fury lobs that grenade at Finisher or Foster's direction. Nothing really connects, but resorts to his weapon at this moment. Tries to spray around as Finisher gets taken down from elsewhere. His vehicle just exploding up as I8 have the lonesome player Blade surviving. I do not know how he's made it, but I want to see how far can he make it from around here as Sultana gets knocked down. Courtesy to players of TmwEsports, even Hunter getting himself into the mix as Blade trying to dish out some damage, but to no avail as Khan will wipe him off. And with that, I8 again getting eliminated at the 10th position.
And Grounders, right? Their position is also good, I'll say, because they are somewhere in the center position. R3D are trying to contest that very spot because they're already shooting in the direction of Grounders. But Khan, from the side of Qwerty, the lone survivor and the lone survivor Hunter of TmwEsports has been eliminated by the players of Magnus. Faster puts a final bullet, and TmwEsports bids bye-bye at 8th position. And they are also struggling as Usma is taking a hefty damage, and Sultana has already been taken out, and Star has been eliminated at 6th position, 7th position, I'm sorry, and now R3D is destroyed. He's destroying so many players out there.
He certainly is. And now, R3D having that southern circle, or the southern part of the circle all to themselves, as for now, the Grounders. Well, let's see what they're up to. 52Esports. At this point, still intact, still alive, but they need to enter inside the zone. Now, this is where it all gets really interesting. The Grounders are in a whole world of trouble. They've somehow managed to keep themselves from the harm's way in the previous moments of the game. There was the point they were really close to Qwerty, but decided against taking that fight. But this is one of those fights that they have to engage in, at least try and stop the entry of 52Esports. It's going to be so much more difficult with Metershot Sky and even Team Magnus trying to force their way in. And it really comes into proving their mettle of what they're really made of, as Siu gets a beautiful knock onto its Joker. 2 players of 52Esports having been taken down. 5911 not taking any damage as the Grounders keep barraging them with all the bullets that they have in their magazine. Still nothing really connecting. Maybe would want to blow up the buggy, but no. Beautiful retaliation fire coming in by 5911. Ensuring that nor could he get another one. A little too greedy and has to punish. Has to pay the price.
Walker finally takes him down and Payne this time with that Bucky. He's already trying to close in the distance, but Grounders Mr. Black takes him down, and he has enough time to revive his fallen comrade. That is going to be Siu, and Sensi, he's keeping a close eye onto the plus of 52, but that also means Magnus faster. He can be the game changer because he ruined the game of a Metershot Sky. He's the only player surviving and still taking off the fights. Walker finds a knock. Beautiful knock, not just on 1, 2 players of Grounders. Mr. Black, the only survivor, takes down 5911 for 52Esports. Joker surviving on a sliver of HP, 1 grenade or a Molotov, enough to take the player down. And let's see what's gonna happen as Black, he has no hard cover for himself. Walker, he has to he come out in the open.
Oh yeah, he certainly has. And 52Esports at this point. Joker, oh! Just having that sliver of HP. And he's gonna get taken down as finally, like we discussed, it was R3D's game to lose. And well, they do not want to let that happen, right? ensured again. It's the same old story, Shadow. Maintain the center of the circle, just wait till your time comes. And that is what they did. But the Grounders, on the other hand, they did put up some remarkable rotations, really fought tooth and nail for it. And now they're ever in so close. Mr. Black, the lonesome player, just the one surviving, as R3D now closing in on the gap and the distance, as they have no intentions in letting the Grounders come in close or get inside the circle in this moment. As now another Molotov being flung over at Anubis's direction, as Hawk and Anubis, we've got to see what can they do. And now Mr. Black, well, Anubis charging in at Mr. Black's direction. Let's see, Mr. Black, what can he do? Gets blown up. And that marks the end of this game, ladies and gentlemen, as Team R3D get an amazing chicken dinner with 9 eliminations to their name.
Well, certainly 9 elims and 15 placement points in their favor. That means in the overall rank, they are placed at the 12th position. R3D Esports again having a very good outing, good rotation. From their side, the IGL is doing his job perfectly, because every single time R3D, especially in Miramar, because I remember week 2 also R3D was one of the team who had good outings in the map of Miramar, and because of the rotations.
Yeah, I mean, R3D again, this time it was such a clean one, right? That early movement to try and take over those hills at that point was such a brilliant idea, and that paid off so very well. And you know, as a result of which, you know, this is the point where we come down to the fact that you know, all these teams, they need to understand week number 3, try and take and hold the center of the circle, because now, you know, teams trying to rotate in from the edges, if they're trying to do that, so many teams are trying to do the same thing, and as a result of which they're facing a lot of casualties. So maybe a little bit of adjustments, little bit of adaptations is really required in order to secure that golden chicken to your name. And you know, today has been a day, like we said, about all these teams under the you know, just beyond that top 10 performing so very well. The Grounders coming up, R3D getting a chicken dinner, Quraysh, well, they've been consistent. But you know, Team Star, as a matter of fact, they've also been playing so well, respecting the circle. I think this week's day number 1 has been quite different, Shadow, from what we have witnessed in week number 1 and week number 2.
Certainly, week number 1, the teams were picking so many early fights. Suddenly, week number 2, we witnessed teams were being a little cautious, or from the very middle of the week 1, teams started being very cautious. But this time, they are trying to hold on to the center, that, like you also mentioned, and that is helping their case, like R3D.
Yeah, it certainly is helping their case, and we're gonna definitely talk more about this matchup, but after this short little break. Well, what a game it was. Of course, a huge shout out to Oppo for being the sponsors of this lovely event. But Miramar going R3D's way. But now let's take a look at the MVP of this game. And Cairo from the Faulty Devils seems to have himself on the marker. 5 eliminations to his name, 747 points of damage. And I think it's the first time we are seeing this lad step up to his true potential. And even the Faulty Devils, as a matter of fact, you know, they've been engaging in those fights, haven't really shied away from them, are getting results. But I'm pretty sure with the way they're playing like this, if they keep on doing that, I think we can see better, we can witness better things from them.
Certainly, because Cairo, I remember week number 1, he was one of the guys from the side of TFD who was showcasing good performances and had almost forgotten about him. But Magnus Faster on the second position with 6 elims, Hawk from the side of R3D along with Walker and Hunter of Esports also becomes the player to be focused on. Talking about the match ranking, R3D Esports on the top with total of 24 points, Magnus on the second spot with 16 points, and the only last player that was surviving from the side of Magnus, that was Faster, if I'm not wrong. Even he was alone, he was all by himself, he was still going for the defeat points for his team, and despite that, they are placed on the second position with 10 placement points. I'm sorry. Grounders on the third with total of 14 points. 52 Esports on fourth position with 11 points. And this thing, Metershot Sky, they also had a good performance.
Oh yeah, Metershot Sky definitely did have a really good performance in this one at least. Because, you know, the same problems, like I've said, you know, this is nothing really different. This is not rocket science. It's pretty much evident, you know, once you take a look at the map feed, it's clear. It's all about, you know, those ruthless circle shifts that we are witnessing this time around. Every single map, we've seen one of those hard shifts coming in and suddenly just, you know, putting all these, knocking these players out of their minds. You know, what do we do? How do we respond to situations like this? And it's so treacherous for all these teams to make those decisions. It's all about, you know, somewhere, you know, Lady Luck also coming into favor. Whosoever has the best spot inside the circle, even after that, you know, I think we've had 2 curveballs hit this time. You know, one where R3D had the center, and the next when it went completely to that northern side. But still, R3D managing to hold on to the numbers. But it was quite an eventful game, to be honest, right? We did witness majority of the fights breaking through once we saw that huge transition up towards that northeastern side. And suddenly the teams were kind of caught off guard. Nobody could really enter in. It was all about the gatekeepers getting major advantage in this game, and this game was all about that.
Well, certainly, because so many teams were trying to come from the southern side, and the team that were placed on the periphery of the circle, they got good defeat points, if not good defeat points, at least good damage. In the damage graph, we can see R3D closing to 1795 damage they were dishing out, and 9 defeat points in their favor. On the other side, Quantum Rage, TFD, Faulty Devils, Team Star were also the teams who were dishing out a lot of damage. Along with that is Metershot Sky as well. Metershot Sky, they've not been able to convert those damage into the defeat points because only 2 defeat points they have for now.
Oh yeah, I mean, for Metershot Sky, well, to be honest, like we said, you know, they focus primarily on their positions. I think kind of have been missing that spark that they showed in that particular day, right? In week 2, the way they got those hat tricks, and I really thought maybe we could see more of that this week around. But we still have so many more games to go, right? We're finally done with 4 matches, just 1 remaining. But R3D clearly respecting the center of the circle, had that little you know, covers around, few houses to play around with, a little elevation, went to the first floor, tried to finish everyone off that would just trying to close in on their direction. And the grounders, as a matter of fact, you know, well, they tried. That is all I can say, because they've had such a tough path, you know. Starting off the game, they were in very close contention with Team QWERTY, and then maybe they could have been taken down by R3D, but somehow managed to evade that situation, and then still making it there at that spot is something to be really commendable about. #2 is not a small feat, and the grounders are also putting in all in, right? And this is where even the debate really sparks, because right now, Shadow, to be honest, with the way things are going on, this is gonna get a whole lot more exciting, because so many teams from the bottom are playing so well. Now it's so difficult to really tell who's gonna make it to the top 16. But for now, the overall rankings right in front of you guys.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports, they are on the top with 53 points and 2 chicken dinners in their favor, followed by Magnus Esports with 51 points in their favor. And Quraysh, they can still go for more points because they have 1 more game in their hands. 52 Esports, a very good performance in this week 3, standing on the 3rd position. But a team I didn't expect at all to see at the bottom are going to be I8 Esports. No one expected I8 to be on the bottom of the ranking any day or any week, but this time they are with only 6 points in their hands. Metershot Sky on 19th position with 11 points. Faulty Devils, this Miramar was in their favor. Otherwise, Salty Devils are also not making any major impact.
Yeah, I mean, the Faulty Devils, like I said, right, did manage to get that MVP at least. You know, that's the silver lining that we're looking out. But that being said, this brings us to the final game of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Group A, sitting this one out. So Magnus Star, BABLU, 52 Esports, they've had their fair share of games. Even 52 Esports, as a matter of fact, you know, they've been performing so well. Now, this sort of really is kind of getting me excited, all riled up, as to think, you know, what's going to happen at the end of week number 3. Who are those top 16 teams that are going to qualify? Because at the bottom of the table, it was a little bit of a climb that these teams had to make, and they're making it in the right direction. And if they keep on doing it, things like this, then you never know, that chicken dinner, that dream might be true for them trying to get in. But for now, I mean, Shadow, you know what time it is. Pick a team.
TUF. I'm prepared this time.
This time you're prepared, TUF?
Yeah.
All right. You know, this time I'm going to take a gamble. I think I'm kind of feeling a little bit H2E. I'll go with H2E this time. Because to be honest, I mean, H2E is one of those teams that has been consistent, has been playing their hearts out. I just hope they end up with a chicken dinner. And provided Team BABLU isn't there in this lobby. So this sort of brings us to the question that can they have that? They're of course going to have that entirety of that Northwestern Georgia to themselves, but can they capitalize on it? And the big question this time, what tricks is the zone going to play with us?
I was about to say that. The main thing is where the circle is going to form, because the circle is deciding which team is going to get the winner chicken dinner, because the way the circle are panning out, the drastic shifts are coming in every single game. So yeah, things tend to change for few seconds. The team is happy, we are in the center, and the next circle comes in and they are in the periphery of the circle. So it can happen. So it's the circle that is going to decide.
Let's see, I mean, what the circle has in store for you. But you know, we've seen those little bit of those Northwestern Gatka circles, but of course the second Erangel of the evening, Shadow, what do you desire? Where do you want the circle to end?
Concentric circle this time.
Which circle?
Enough of the concentric center circle on the center island. Normal circle. Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy? Come on, I expected, you know, something really obnoxious about where you wanted the circle to be, but for me, I mean, I would like to see an eastern one, to be honest. It's been a long while, you remember? Yeah. I mean, when was the last time we casted something around maybe Lipovka or maybe the Woodcutter Hills? I think this entire iteration of the PMPL, we haven't seen the circle going a little bit towards that eastern side. I mean, I had to even take Melta Power for once, because even the factories, hell yeah, I would love that. But you let us know, guys, the ones watching this broadcast, where do you think, or rather, where do you want the circle to end at? I mean, what makes it even more fun? Because I remember we witnessed those Lipovka water circles and all those watery graves that we get to witness. They're amazing, such a delight to watch all these teams in pain. But yeah, we're just waiting for this match to get started, the final game, and all these teams so well prepared. But you know, this is where we need to really address this issue. What's going wrong with the big guns? What do you think, Shadow?
Magnus, they are still having decent performance, but it is main I8. That also could be the reason when you're the top team, other 15 teams are having a read onto you, and you can't read on all the teams in the lobby, but all the teams are having a read onto you. No matter what strat you are coming up with, they already have a plan against you. And yes, like you also mentioned in week number 2, the split they are going for is not working, but this time they are not going for the split. They are sticking together. It's the late rotations that are coming from their side, in fact.
Well, I mean, yeah, this sort of concerns me, like, right? You know, I think the major issue, again, like you said, you know, rotating from the edges, trying to get in, picking so many fights, and that has been, you know, one thing follows the other, right? We are witnessing some really terrible circle shifts, right? Something that we have never even thought of in the past, and this is happening. And with the way things are going on, I think these teams still need to buckle up, especially even despite that fact, right? We have seen these teams kind of getting into a 2-2 splits on multiple occasions. That one game of Miramar, I decided to rotate around, had two players, and both of them got taken down. And even in their close win situations where most of the time they kind of prevail supreme, they certainly weren't. And that kind of gets me into thinking, it's all going down the spiral, and this is not really the I8 that the fans have been wanting to see all the time. I mean, the most fan favorite team, you can say it out loud and clear because of the kind of fandom they have, but haven't really played like that. Maybe it all might change in this particular game, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the final game of the evening. It is going to be a flight path trajectory that's basically dissecting the map into two halves. But what I'm really interested in is where the circle's going to form.
The circle, the main question is where the circle is going to form, and I think teams are also kind of anticipating where the circle is going to go, because the kind of crazy circle they have been seeing this very day, well, they better be prepared. But right now, no major change has been coming in the drop locations, because I8 again going for the military base, Grounders going for the Primos, Metershot Sky again in the Novorupnoy. Metershot Sky, they are also one of the team who always goes for the late rotation, but I want to see I8 and Metershot Sky going for the same bridge and they lock horns with each other, because that has never happened. But Freestyle again going towards the side of Quarry, Faulty Devils might be heading towards Farm, but in the Gatka we have Regicide for now.
We certainly do, and now, I mean, the way things are going on around that Gatka region, I mean, Regicide, they've been pretty much there. Nothing really out of the blue is something that we're witnessing. H2E heading towards their own sweet spot. Quraysh Esports, I mean, the fact that Star, they're not in the lobby, have decided to take on Severny. And TmW, they would be heading away pretty much towards Zaki. But the circle this time around, Shadow, is going to be again something that I did not want, but maybe close to what you really wanted, a concentric one somewhere around the center. And given the fact that Team Magnus, they're not going to be playing this one, it's kind of really funny to see that nobody is at Pochinki. But if 3x could really make some quick rotations down towards Pochinki and hold that spot, at least if the squad house right outside of Pochinki, then that could favor them. But this is again one of those circles where taking over the Pochinki hills might also be a really good idea.
Pochinki Hill, not so good idea. You'll get an information, but maybe there is a possibility multiple teams will try and contest that Potato Hill, because 3x Tyrant is also in the close proximity. North Esports is there. So maybe there is a possibility of both these teams going for the same mindset and try and hold on to the Pochinki Hill area. That is when they might collide with each other. That is happening with the players of 3x in the entire day. They have been engaging in so many bad fights. In the last Erangel also, they were engaged in a bad fight with the players of Triple Esports. That's where Magnus capitalized and eliminated both these teams out of the lobby. And this is something they don't want. 3x Esports might want to keep things little slow and little peaceful for now. Two of the players in the Water City, Miracle little far away from his teammate Tyrant. Better be careful, because North Esports in the close proximity is still there. But R3D, they are in the Rozok area. They're looking good for now.
Oh, they certainly are. Especially, after enjoying that juicy chicken to themselves, I think have that little bit of morals being boosted up. And this time even for the likes of R3D, it's still that traffic that exists, right? 3x, North Esports has always been one of their major concerns whenever they come and play in Erangel, right? Then they have had no answers, always so restricted with their movements while they kind of try to traverse around. And this time as well, I mean, they might get inside the circle. I mean, they're of course inside, get into a better position inside the circle. But this is another game where I would really want some fights breaking out a little bit early on. Triple Esports and Team QWERTY right beside each other. But I think it's going to take a while, as I8 again still at the military base. Even for QWERTY, as a matter of fact, I think it was a San Martin circle. They kind of went a little south from San Martin, and then they eventually had to get back to San Martin. In the previous game, what I'm talking about. And that is where it all kind of went astray for them. They could not really enter inside the zone, and again being split so apart from each other was sort of an Achilles heels. It's not the first time it's happening with all these big names, right? They're trying to, this is where the question really comes in, Shadow. Do you think these teams are kind of overthinking a lot, and as a result of which they're sort of failing?
That could be the reason, but also there is a fact that when you are a big name or when you are dominating the lobby, you're also grabbing a lot of attention of the other teams. So that could also be the reason everyone is coming with a different plan, because I at Esports in the Miramar, when they were when they were in the split position, 2v2 split, two of the players were taken out. Next Miramar came in, they were all the four players were sticking together, going for the late rotation. That also kind of didn't work out in their favor. So maybe that could be the reason that they are thinking way too much, that maybe something happened in the previous game, this time also same thing is going to happen, so we come up with a different plan, and then plan B also goes astray, like you said. Could be the reason. Just play your basic game, don't overthink.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like kind of getting back to the basics that matter the most, right? I've seen a lot of teams that, kind of try a lot of different strategies, focus a lot on the finals, the big leagues, and suddenly they kind of start messing a game in two, and then it kind of goes on and it becomes a habit to the point that the players lose confidence. I think that is what is happening with, the big names, especially with I8, right? Because in week 2, they were still pretty adept at taking those fights. They were still doing really well. And suddenly, heading into week number 3, where you sort of would anticipate them fixing their old issues that was, persisting in week number 2, not being fixed, or rather, it has gotten worse. And this is where, I would say at this point, when you're going through such times, tough times, stick to the basics. Stick as a 4-man squad, go and take a few, 2-3 different fights. Do not really try and, delay your entry inside the circle. But because now I can see I8, they're moving in a lot more faster. And in the first game of Erangel, the circle really did not favor them, right? They had to make their way from Gatka towards the military base. This time, having landed a little quicker, their rotation time has definitely improved, but now they're going to be in close proximity to where Regicide and Team Freestyle are. It's going to be a very interesting collision, because it's just not 2 teams, it's 3 that we're talking about.
Interesting for us, but not interesting for I8, because they didn't want to engage in any kind of a fight right now. That could be the reason for the early rotation coming from their side. But let's see if the fight is going to break in or not, because Regicide, they are in a split position. Maybe they won't poke the bears right now, but on the other side, the other team FS will definitely do so, because they have the numbers. All the players are sticking together. Yes, Zerbaf is a little far away, but still they can poke the players of I8 and pick a fight. But looks like Regicide is also in the mood, and now as Nocto peppering few bullets in this direction of Blade, giving away his position. That means I8, now they're going for the rotation. This is something I8 didn't do in week number 1. The minute they realized there was a team, they went for the fight, and now they're avoiding fights, and that is not working in their favor.
Oh yeah, and well, I think they just want to end the day on a good note, is what I can say at this point, and it's a wise idea, because there's so many different teams, and engaging against them is definitely not going to be the smart move, and they understand that. As a result of which, they're going to make, or rather, they're going to take necessary precautions, because again, playing around the jungle is something that I'm completely okay with. But look at how many teams they've just clustered up this time. They've realized, hold on to the center. That's the way to go. You've got so many, a plethora of them. It's Freestyle, it's Regicide, it's North, it's I8, it's 3X. Even we've got the players of TUF coming in. Everybody vying for the center, but TmwEsports and QWERTY, they've got a whole different sort of rivalry going on, and might meet each other pretty soon around the Potato Hills. We have to see how this fight really, or if this fight even really happens.
Going to happen, but looks like TmwEsports might, no, they are not going away, they are still holding on to the position, so this fight is inevitable. But the vehicles are already out. TmwEsports, they are going for the rotation, so no, For now, no fight is happening. Quati, you have the complete control of the potato hill. We are going somewhere else. Triple Esports, but this is not a good position to hold on to. Have my doubts. If Triple Esports wants to grab this very spot, and looks like they don't. They were just stopping by to gather information, and they have realized they can move forward, but they don't. Better they don't overextend, because there are the players of R3D Esports as well behind that ridges.
I mean, right now, none of them seem interested in engaging. And yeah, even for Triple Esports, they realize, can't really mess things around. We have to respect the circle and wait for the right opportunistic moment to strike. Because, again, like you said, taking a fight over there, then R3D, there were chances that they could have really capitalized on it. And a good move just to back off. Now, having some good high ground cover, but Voltrox is really closing in on Psycho, and this is a fight that could happen anytime soon. As Psycho, realizing that, instantly retreats, and he's heading in the right direction, because from that angle his teammates can provide him some quintessential cover fire, and that could really help out. And that is what I was talking about, right? Just around the bunkers, now have those little trenches built up, well guarded by those sandbags, and helping players of Triple Esports, making sure that their teammate is rather out of harm's way.
Now he's away from any kind of a harm. But talking about Pochinki, that was completely unoccupied. Quraysh Esports becomes the first one to grab the compounds of Pochinki. So let's see how that is going to pan out, because majority of the teams are trying to hold on to the shorelines of the main island. They are placed around Ferry Pier, around the southern shorelines of the farm area. That is where the major congestion is right now. And Koti, they have kept themselves away from all that commotion happening, not the fights, from all those teams. They are still a little far away on the eastern side. Quantum Rage, maybe they also have the same thing in the mind to grab those pounds of the Pochinki area, because they are heading exactly there, and Quraysh Esports might welcome them, and TUF can also join.
Oh, they certainly can. And it is going to be important to see how this entire thing really works out for us. And Triple Esports, still, a little bit of a situation, wanting to look at a little bit of more safety, a little bit more of a comfort space for them. As I8 and Regicide still beside each other. Again, I8 on to a 2-1-1 split this time. I'm kind of confused as to how this is going to work out, because the grounders, they surely are closing in on IQ. And Mr. Black, I think, is aware of I8 watching over them. Just being careful. But I8 just having that jungle's control. Now this could go completely south. But now just waiting for that circle shift, and that is where, these teams, they're going to make their move. As Regicide still very calm and composed as the circle, this time going a little bit down towards that southwestern side. This is where H2E, Freestyle, Regicide have such good areas of contestation, as the grounders are also present. Now look at how the teams are trying to move in. The Faulty Devils, are they going to take the southern bridge and come in from down south? Because they're kind of moving away. Or are they moving north? I think they're going north.
Yeah, I think they are going north. But on the bridge, there is a fight breaking out between Metershot Sky and I8. The way I8 were spread out, it was bound to happen. They were waiting for a team to come from the bridge area, and they're capitalizing on it by eliminating one of the player of Metershot Sky. Now, Metershot, they have to go for the plan B, because bridge, they can't cross, to be very clear, and they're already moving towards the shorelines area. But talking about North Esports, they're holding on to a little shack area right in the epicenter, and Freestyle and H2E fight is breaking out, and H2E is the one that are losing out on their players, as Malik puts the final nail in the coffin. Right now, H2E, they are outnumbered. JD finally open things up, takes down one of the player of Team Freestyle down.
Oh yeah, he certainly does. But now Freestyle still, I think they've got chances to get that rest back up. But H2E really want to contest this one, because Tarzan is in a very precarious position. Now Zabaf does have that flank angle. If he can, at least get a knock or two maybe, then this could completely flip the tables for the players of Freestyle. Because look at even JD. He's out in the open, barely has any cover to play around, just those smokes trying to protect him. But for how long is the big question over here. As Joker sir, He's gone after the players of Quantum Rage, has managed to secure a knock. As Sirius finally also gets finished off. But Wasi is trying to use all his grenades. Now this is the moment he should just shift back. I think he really spotted him out. Just did not take those shots. And now JD again. The shots being lobbed over at his direction. H2E. The whole world of trouble right now as Zarbaf also finds that opening on JD. As the H2E find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Well, they have lost 2 players. They are up for a 2v4 fight against Freestyle, and they are not looking good at all. Retreating away from this fight is not going to be so easy. The way they are spread out, FS is spread out, especially Zarbaf, it's not going to be so easy. They have to bite this bullet. They have to pick up fight, and Freestyle is already showing on the doorstep. Let's see what Asad can do with this UMP45 as he's going to run up to the stairs and wait for the players of Team FS to come upstairs. On the other side, R3D Hawk has been blown up, and Zarbaf double grenades comes in, takes down one of the player of Team Style down, but look at the angle Wasi found from the other building window, entirely eliminates H2E over there, and H2E becomes the first team to be by TmwEsports Esports. Well, Psycho, he's on a very low HP. He needs to heal up really fast, and looks like he's a little short of the healings on the bandages as he gets taken down by the play zone.
He certainly does, and now it's gonna get a whole lot more interesting. As TUF, they might want to close in. R3D. Alright, Kurama. And TmW. Well, they're on a retreat. TUF is just firing at their direction. Kurama barely surviving with a sliver. Will administer that first aid, but now it's gotten a whole lot more exciting because the zone has again taken a shift towards the grounders, a little bit towards the southern side, but this time Gravity, he's gone big. He's taken down IQ, and this is what I was talking about, right? Team I8 kind of again being so split apart, and one after the other, they're paying the price, but somehow Boost manages to get a trade over there, and we have to see what happens in that particular fight. But for now, TMW, they've lost out on 2 of their players, Kurama and M7. The 2 players surviving for their squad as they have to get inside the zone. Smoking this area out, they have to watch out for R3D because the moment this UAS moves, it is going to be shredded into smithereens. As Kurama still has his vehicle intact, at least for now, as M7, he's fighting with fire. As managed to get a knock on Destroyer. The big question is, can he dig in a little bit more deeper? But now he wants to take that fight. M7 taking hefty amount of damage. And there you go. Little overzealous gets punished.
Well, he gets punished, and 3 eggs repeating the same mistakes every single time. The same also gets taken down, and the 15th position, something they didn't anticipate at all. But R3D, they are also struggling as Walker needs to go for the raise onto Hawk, and 666 from the side of TmW, he's still bleeding out. On the other side, on the eastern side, TmwEsports, well, they are also picking few fights and getting few defeat points for themselves. But R3D Walker gets taken down. That was a little blind rush that came from his side as TmW eliminates them. R3D, not a good game coming this time from their side. TOF still holding on to the little area, but they are in a split position, so maybe they will be able to provide the cover fire needed in this situation, because right now in front of them are the players of Team Grounders as well, having the height advantage as well.
See you. In the meanwhile, oh, Joker, he was caught between a rock and a hard place, and there you go. He's gonna get punished for that. And the Grounders, I think this is their game now. The way they've held on to the center of the circle, the angles that they're holding on to, it's really gonna work out miracles for them. As now played, Wolverine has him in his crosshairs. Goost has managed to get a knock, and he's trying to close in, but that grenade out of Goost, on Goost rather, in fact, if it bursts, it's gonna cause so much trouble. But now he's gonna find out Voltrox, who was clearly not interested in taking this fight. But Goost, look at this man. He's playing with fire again. And barely surviving Shadow. Just look at the HP on him. Oh, again the circle. Doing all its wonders and all its trickeries on these teams. Still somewhat intact at the Grounders. TUF would have hoped if they had a few more players, things could have been better. But the Faulty Devils on the verge of getting wiped out.
Can be the game of Regicide. As long as they are able to eliminate Triple Esports or vice versa, this can be the game of the team because they have the complete control of the East inside. But right now, Grounders are the one that going for the defeat points, three defeat points already in their favor, but need to be a bit careful because some other team is in the close proximity, and that is none other than A+B+C+D Esports. Not in the momentum, but yes, this is one of the team that is very high on the aggressive side. So let's see what's gonna happen as Siu has been taken down and Sensi with it vehicle goes for the resummation, and Evil Boy, he has to watch out for the plus of FS as well, as FS is closing on the distance, and Regicide, they have to leave the safety of the compound now or maybe sometime later.
Yeah, well, sometimes later, so of course, as a matter of fact, Regicide want to make some quick work, but Blade getting shot from the backlines as he goes after Leon, the final player, surviving from the Faulty Devils. Is he being dealt with? Yes, of course, but Blade has also taken a little bit of that burn damage coming in as Uzim trying to run, as Helsi is on his tails, wants to get that knock, is trying to go in, but still a little bit scared because, you know, for all the good reasons, could expect a little bit of cover fire, but gives Uzim so much of room and opportunity to escape into safety, and he gets away with murder, or maybe not, as Mr. Black from a different angle altogether getting the better out of him as Goku finishes us off finally with a Lynx AMR. Getting to see that bad boy in action, this makes me all so excited.
Well, certainly, Quraysh Esports has also been eliminated in Grounders. They're still having a good ground for themselves, but CU has been taken down again, and Evil Boy with his grenades, he needs to buy some time as Quantum Rage is also in the close proximity, but Mr. Black finally dealing with them as he puts out Senior as well from the side of Quantum Rage. 5 defeat points in the hands of Team Grounders, and they are looking very strong right now, and Evil Boy, the grenade can be the ugly thorn for the side of Quantum Rage, but this time it's the UMP 45 that is coming in the action as one of the player, Mr. Black, has been taken down, but Tanatan has taken a lot of damage from the side of Evil Boy. The smokes are not helping the case of Evil Boy as Goku takes him down, and now Grounders, they are crumbling.
Oh, they certainly are. And now Tantanatan is trying to close in, but look at Khatir has managed to get that beautiful knock on Blade, and eventually also Ghost gets taken down. I8 bow out of this game, but Quantum Raid still do have a fight, as it is a fight for the King of the Hill situation against the Grounders as Sensi to fall down, but there's no trade-off whatsoever from Shapatar's side. Goku having taken some massive amount of damage, and same goes with Tantanatan at this point as Rex manages to get a knock on Helsi. It is bloodbath all over this place as Freestyle, they just come out of nowhere and go on wiping out teams after teams. Now Mom2 charging in, spots out Goku, sprays at his direction, gets that beautiful knock secured, changes his weapon, trying to get a good view of Tantanatan, who's taken it a little towards the high ground. Does not matter as Freestyle, they're on fire, and they are the ones wiping out teams after teams, as now Triple Esports, they have their eyes set on the players of Metershot Sky.
And Triple, they have the height advantage as well. Metershot Sky, better be careful of those grenades or molotovs that might be coming from the side of Triple Esports. But right now, Hunter is the one who needs to be careful as OP was trying to pull a few grenades. And look at the area that Metershot is having control of. Little real estate to their name, and Ray's perfect grenade comes in, finds an offer to Helsi. But somewhere from the other side, Freestyle is also doing a third party, and Metershot Sky is becoming the patty in the sandwich. And the grenade, this grenade can be deadly from the side of Zerbaf.
It certainly will be. And Zerbaf at this point, oh, look at that. Triple Esports getting the better out of Metershot Sky. And now only 3 remain. Freestyle, Regicide, and Triple Esports. Triple Esports, they're also doing it. You know, they've been trying so hard this week. And I think it's all going to come into fruition. It's all about having that best spot inside the zone. And I really feel that Freestyle might have this game in the bag, as Zerbaf is hiding behind the sandbags over here. A bit of a cover, just a spread coming in for Freestyle, as it's all going to be about the waiting game, as it is sort of a Mexican standoff between Regicide, Triple Esports, and Freestyle.
Well, freestyle, they have the majority of the real estate, they have the control of the circle, they know exactly where the players of Triple Esports are. Or the thing they don't know is Reggie's side, and they're already keeping an eye in their direction. And Zarbaf finds a beautiful knock and the confirmation as well onto Hunter. Reek's position has also been given away, and Zarbaf is already waiting for the moment when Reeks is going to come out in the open. Sooner or later, he has to come out, and the minute he's going to do so, Zarbaf will try and take him down. But Psycho, he is the little crawling snake who can close in the distance towards the side of freestyle, or maybe lob few grenades or the molotov towards Zarbaf and can take him down, because all the three remaining players of
Ooh.
freestyle are a little far away. Look at Psycho is already doing so.
Yeah, just a waiting game. It's gonna be really interesting. Zarbaf still has no clue, no idea of Psycho's rotation over here. And one more knock and freestyle, they might be in shambles. And Psycho is just waiting for that moment to strike. And the more time he's giving them, freestyle is gonna recover. And that is not a good news for Triple Esports. Just survive with two of their players. We understand what's on the line, but he still has to get inside the circle. And in 12 seconds, it's gonna start closing in. And Zarbaf still is clueless about Psycho getting in so close. But does have some idea about maybe Rex's whereabouts.
Certainly, they know where Rex is. All Rex has to do is stay silent, because entire job is on Psycho to find the opening, to find a knock onto Zarbaf. But Reggie's side, they have something else in their mind. They want to do a third party, not third party. They want to take the control of the circle, and they're trying to do so. And the position of Hashad can be, put in the game of Malik or maybe his teammate, because he is trying to move from the eastern side. That is exactly where the three players of Team FS are, and the vehicles are coming out, and FS, they are giving away their position right now.
Oh, they certainly are. For sure, at this point, freestyle hinging so close to their chicken dinner. Wasi has taken a little bit of damage, but will heal himself up in no time. As the Regicides, however, let's see what these guys are up to. Bomb2 lobbing up a grenade. Will lob it at Nocto's direction. Does not really connect. And for now, he's gonna keep on trying. Baz has taken some hefty amount of damage. It's all about who has the favor of the next zone, really.
Certainly, the circle is going to decide, as all the three teams are trying to wait for the circle to close in. But Mom2, he has an idea about the position of Reggie's side, and three teams. The numbers advantage is with the players of Team Freestyle right now. Stalemate situation, 10 feet points already in the favor of Freestyle, as Mom2 not leaving that tree cover at all. His teammates are also having those vehicle cover for themselves. So Team Freestyle odds are in their favor. This is their game to lose. But if Triple Esports and Reggie's side, they both chime in at the same time toward Freestyle, can they take this fight?
Well, let's see what's gonna happen. As Nocto is right at the bottom, and Zarbaf finally gets picked off, and this is such a huge opening. This is where Regicide might just have that confidence to try and take a fight against Freestyle. One of their players being knocked out, but Malik steps out of cover, gets a beautiful knock on towards Rex, and now he just needs to heal himself up. Psycho, the lonesome survivor of Triple Esports, is Triple. They have dug in so deep. 8 finishes already. Freestyle no less with 10 to their name, as Wasi finally gets that finish on towards Rex, as the number tally of these eliminations keep on increasing, as Mom2, the final grenade, just hoping that it would land. Overcooked and misses.
Certainly missed it, but let's see. But enough damage has already been dished out towards the side of Reggie's side, as one of the players make it two of the players on a very low HP, and FS Zarbaf finally gets a confirmation onto Psycho. Triple Esports has been eliminated, but the way Reggie's side are retaliating, 2 players have already been taken down, and rescue mission is going underway. The Molotov and grenades can be very deadly, but Zarbaf chimes in, takes Nocto down over there. That means Baz is the last man standing, and 1v3 is something way too much to deal with, and Freestyle finally gets a winner, a chicken dinner for themselves.
Oh yeah, finally, after a long while. I mean, 7th position is where they finally get themselves up to a 15 eliminations. And I know this team already has what it takes, to being a winners team, a champions team, and playing like one this time around. And it was again a lot about those tricky circles, the way those ships came in, quite so much unanticipated. Now the teams will have to go back to the drawing boards, look at how the map has been shifting here and there, and maybe recalculate and re-strategize themselves. But Freestyle again, right from the very start, the initial fight started off with H2E. Not a lot of distance they had to travel, just dropping off around those quarry areas. Did not have a tough time to loot, and then kind of got into the center, and eventually the circle just kept on favoring them. And towards the end, that fight that they went on, just wiping out the southern side entirely, just getting the better out of that situation over there. That was it. The moment they secured that little higher ground and 3 remained, I think it was pretty much their game, that they had it in the bag and they secured it, and they're going to be really happy with it. That being said, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw for a quick little break and we'll be right back after this. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, with the final post-game segment of game number 5. Let's just quickly head in and check out who the MVP of this game is. Zarpaf, 5 eliminations to his name, 909 points of damage. And, this is really coming down to this player who's been contributing so immensely to this squad shadow. Has been really playing that flank role, and what a job. And what a way he's displayed, and very well-deserved MVP, I must say.
Certainly, because in week 1 it was only all about Malik, but right now FS, they have worked on the synergy and coordination, and that is why this impactful gameplay coming from their side. But along with Zaf, there is Rex also from Triple Esports, Mom2 of FS, Ash is there, and Psycho of Triple Esports, who are the players we need to focus on. But talking about the match ranking, Freestyle, they are on the top with a total of 30 points. This is the perfect balance we need in the placement and the elimination points, both 15. And Reggie side, they are on the second position with total of 20 points. Triple Esports, finally Triple Esports, they are also jumping on the ladder on the ranking points. Total 18 points in their favor. Metershot Sky, they are on the 4th position, but the team that is not making too impact are H2E, Faulty Devils, TUF. But nothing to complain from the side of H2E. One bad game today, it's okay. Otherwise, they had good gameplays.
Yeah, I mean, that entire decision of going after Freestyle over there, I mean, maybe they were kind of clueless about Freestyle already having taken over that compound, and the moment they realized, oh, it's too late, because all their players were so much scattered and were not in the right places, right? Not in the right areas. It all started with JD just getting knocked out, Zabaf creating that beautiful angle. We were really talking about that, he had that flank going in for him, and that really worked out for our team Freestyle in that moment. And getting that flank, and from there onwards being really patient, worked out a lot for Freestyle.
So certainly it worked out in their favor, because Freestyle week number 1, they were looking confident, especially the way Malik was providing the openings, but this time it's the entire team. But along with that, so many other teams were also stepping up, like we were mentioning H2E and TF also not having placement points but good defeat points in the last Miramar. So yes, bottom teams, they are also trying to step up. So week 3, the story is going to be entirely different as compared to week number 1 and week number 2.
It certainly will be, and we'll take a quick look at the moments that we have, and it was good. Like, this is what you could see, right? It was pretty much not anticipated, and Freestyle just being there, capitalizing on that situation. But again, the storyline is sort of a similar style, because of all the good reasons. Because the teams that are down at the bottoms of half of the table, they are the ones performing really well. Again, the misery of I8 continues. This time, did get a few finishes, did get themselves into the thick and thin of fights. One beautiful fight against TmwEsports, did manage to dodge the players of Metershot Sky. But this was the place where I really felt that Freestyle really got it in for them. Now wiping out these two teams out here, Quantum Rage being finished off, and then it was all about the waiting game, the patient game coming in, and having the numbers really helps you out. As a result, had no trouble eliminating Baz and got the chicken dinner for themselves.
Certainly they did so, but talking about the damage graph, looking at the damage graph, the majority of the contribution was from the side of Regicide, Triple Esports. Yes, definitely Freestyle is there. Quraysh Esports, Grounders also. In fact, up until a point, Grounders were picking so many fights and they're getting good defeat points as well. But they were engaging in so many fights. They were taken out pretty early. I8 also this time they managed to get good defeat points in their favor, defeat points. So maybe I8 on day number 2 they will start coming back.
Oh, they certainly will, and I really hope they do, because if that does not happen, then what can we do about that? And yeah, I think for I8, like it's an improvement from last time. At least this match, like I said, they did manage to get some finishes. The Grounders also, I mean, they've had a consistent run today. Quantum Rage again, just playing their usual self. Nothing too fancy or nothing too shabby. But Triple Esports and Regicide, these two teams, they're in a whole world of trouble, especially when it comes down to the overall standings. So this was such an important game for them, and they made the most out of it, and for which I really appreciate their efforts. And now as we take a look at the overall rankings, Quraysh Esports still at the top, but Magnus is closing in on the gap, and look at how consistent they have been. Despite not winning those chicken dinners, still getting enough position points, still getting a lot of eliminations. They're at the second spot, but Regicide, and look at Freestyle. 12 positions climb. That's amazing.
Certainly, this is some impressive 12 points jump coming from the side of Freestyle. But talking about Grounds, also they're relying heavily on the placement points, only 8 elimination points in their favor. But talking about Quantum Rage, this is a team that needs to work on the placement points right now. They are in the 11th spot with total of 30 points. But Metershot Sky, they have also taken a jump of 7 points and right now sitting on 12th spot with 22 points. But they need to work on the elimination points as well. But TUF on the other side, they are picking bad fights. The split not working at all in their favor. They are on 13th with 22 points.
Oh yeah, I mean, with the way things have been going for them, kind of has been a downward spiral, and we really hope that it works out for them. But again, now talking about the other teams as well, it was not really a good day for Team BABLU also, right? I could not see much out from their side. Because we were sort of anticipating maybe these experienced teams kind of come in, take that week's vacation into account, and then just come all out. But I think this week has more been about their last resorts, those last desperate gasps of breath that these teams have been taking, the ones on the bottom of the table, and this is where we'll have much more clarity. Right, taking a look at the overall rankings, look at this. Magnus and I8, now the difference has become really massive. Now Team I8 needs to have a really good day number 2 and day number 3. They want to keep on, keep that first spot to themselves. But regardless, I think now it's time for the other teams to catch up. And Quantum Rage, they're making good work. Freestyle, also they've jumped 2 places up. So same can be said for Regicide, entering the 9th spot.
Certainly, Regicide, they have entered in top 9, top 10 spot right now. But on the bottom, we have TmwEsports, 52 Esports. Well, 52, they are performing today. If they keep up the same momentum, maybe they can take a jump in the overall ranking as well. Triple Esports also this day showcasing good performances from their side. Faulty Devils still on the 17th spot with 233 points in their favor. Not having good day at all. But yeah, good map. But a good map. Miramar in their favor. Faulty Devils. Metershot X on the 16th spot with 273 points. North Esports on 15th with a total of 274 points. 3x again picking bad fights. Sitting on the 14th spot with 279 points.
Yeah, but and this is what I was talking about, right? 52 esports, triple esports, everybody trying their level best to sort of close in on the gap. But talking about how the entire day panned out, Bhavna, I mean, this has been a wonderful day for Quraysh Esports, the likes of 52 also, getting in so close, R3D also getting a chicken dinner, freestyle ending things all high and mighty. I mean, look at those eliminations, 15 coming to their name. And we sort of hope that this momentum gets carried forward towards day number 2. But apart from that, Triple Esports also did whatever it took, to get a lot of points to their names. Magnus Esports, again, another team that has been really consistent. But this was all about today's, winners and how they performed. And I think, of course, the best performing team has to be undoubtedly Quraysh.
Well, certainly, 2 chicken dinners in their favor. They need to be appreciated for that, and the way they have started stepping up from the middle of week number 1 or from the end of week number 1, they haven't looked bad at all. Money with 8 elimination today coming out, Jaguar with 11 eliminations, Hasni with 4, and Sardarji with 0 eliminations. But yeah, good damage has been dished out from all these players. So yeah, overall a good synergy and coordination gameplay coming from their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is sort of continued, right? Jaguar, the way he's been playing, he was an amazing one. And 11 finishes for himself. And now taking a look at the elimination leaders, Gravity right at the top of it all, despite not having the best of days. But the kind of gap that he had built up, especially in week number 2, the way he played. And Blade and Ghost, one of those players that I had a lot of high expectations from. He's been faltering a little bit, where Finisher and Faster, the duo of these 2 players are definitely catching up. And if things continue like this, I mean, Team Magnus might have that #1 almost everywhere around all the stat sheets.
Certainly, but they will be in the top 6 spot, or the spot needed to qualify for the finals and for the SA Championship. So not too many complaints right now from the side of I8, because they already know they are in a safe spot. But Jaguar, he's also in the elimination leader. The way this guy has been performing, that is quite impressive.
I mean, it of course is, right? The way he's been playing, Jaguar, one of the players we've been always talking about, the fearless assassin of Quraysh Esports, has always impressed us with his heroics, which began at win week number 2. That it all started from that Erangel chicken dinner that Quraysh got for themselves and have never looked back even for once. So I think so far this day has all been about, the bottom teams, like I've been saying, stepping it up, the other teams that really needed these points, and a lot of teams that have that point, have that cushion, seem to have taken it a little lightly. But ladies and gentlemen, that was all about the matches that we have for you today, and the saga will go on. We really hope you enjoyed the show and enjoyed everything, and Bhavna's still waiting to get that second honor prediction, and I'm still waiting to get my 5th honor prediction. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we will of course have to bid good nights and our goodbyes to you, because it had been a long break. We had been ever so excited to come back, and we are also excited for the matches to begin tomorrow. And who's going to take the lead? It is going to be Quraysh holding up. Is it going to be Team Magnus, or is it going to be the day of I8, BABLU, T20 QWERTY's comeback? Stay tuned with us. But till then, take care and have a good night.